Good morning, everyone. 8Bits here with a wonderful and happy Saturday. And of course, Sophie, right? Got to have the star of the stream here. Huh. Yes. What? No. No. What do you mean, no? It's too early for no's, homeless. Is it even, did I start it right on time? Yeah, it's like 7 o'clock. It's too early for no's. Good morning. What are we knowing about? Huh, Soph? So what is he knowing about? Anyways, welcome in. Oh, it's been like a crazy week. We're starting to ramp up like for a bunch of like stuff at work, and so there's lots more project stuff going on. Yeah. Right. Okay, I convinced you it's a wonderful, happy Saturday. Excellent. Sophie, you have to wait. Yes, I know. She's like, I don't want to wait. Yeah, I know. So this week, I started doing some. I went back to doing some stuff. Right. So normally, I like to try to at least take one night, maybe 2 nights a week, and do non-computer stuff. I know it does exist, and so that's what I did. Both Thursday and Friday night, I spent time after work up in the crafting room, and I was doing painting. Yeah. I'm getting ready to start doing miniature painting as well. But yeah, this was just a painting, a regular painting of like pumpkins and stuff, little Halloweenish. But yeah, I'm going to be doing miniatures again. It's mostly, I don't know, crafting, like miniature, like painting and all that stuff is kind of like a winter holiday for me. The hobby that I'd probably do the most, well, I do some leather work during the summer, but I tend to do miniature painting during the winter and a bunch of other stuff, right? It's just nice. It have a couple nights, no computer stuff, because I'm on a computer all day long, both for work and for stuff I do here, right? So it was nice to get back in there and get sort of organized and get stuff done. And I think Jeepin is going to be trying to do crafting streams at some point. So we still have to get cameras and stuff set up in there. I know, Sophie, you are so excited. You just think you are going to get something right now. You have to wait. Yes, you have to wait. All right. What else have I been doing? A little bit of not really off-roading stuff, but a couple meetups with the group. That was fun. And this week, I've also spent some time working on my project. Just making more of an effort to try to rearrange a little bit of what I do. And spend some more time on it. But outside of that, what real game news do we have? Next week, so if you play Guild Wars 2, next week, the new expansion comes out on Tuesday. Yeah, it's on Tuesday. Stop. Yes. So it's on Tuesday, right? And I know Jeepin is taking off work Wednesday, so I think she plans to stream it both Tuesday and Wednesday. All right. Chat says you can stop pushing into my leg to try to get something, right? You get a treat. That's what you want. Go lay down. Thank you, Homeless. She appreciates it. And what else? The Escape from Tarkov came out last. Has it been a week? It's been a week. Has it? When did it come out? It's been a week. It came out on the 16th. It's a fun game. So if you've never played it, it's fun, right? You're basically playing Tarkov, but as like little rubber ducks, like little ducks. And what else have I been doing? I played a little bit of Diablo 4 again. That was fun. I do enjoy that one. And outside of that, I don't know. What's everybody else been doing? I haven't played Ark all week. Homeless. I'm slacking. I know. Severely slacking on getting on the Ark. I played also some V Rising earlier in the week. Yeah. It's a tough game sometimes. What else? That was it. It's been a busy week. Next week is Halloween on Friday. So for that, we're going to a hot air balloon glow, which is there's going to be 12 hot air balloons that they set up. They're going to tether them so they're tied down, but then use the burners and it lights them all up, right? And so it's called the glow because they do it in sequence to music and that kind of stuff, and it's at night, so it looks real nice. So we're going to go to that. But then they also have a whole bunch of like little RC balloons. I kind of want to get into that hobby. It looks it looks so much fun. So I don't know. Who knows? There may be a little RC hot air balloon in my future. But we'll see. All right. I don't know what's everyone else been doing. Trying to think of all the stuff that I did. There was a ton of stuff. I think that's it. Yeah. Yep. I think that's kind of everything that I've done. All right. I don't have a whole lot of like news for game stuff, right? So, I think we'll just go ahead and we do have this. The AWS outage, right? So, Amazon's web service, which is basically is it 40%? It's like maybe 30 to 35% of the internet runs across AWS backbones, right? So their Eastern data center, which is in Virginia, had a DNS issue, or so they say, right? They had a DNS issue. And it collapsed. So because of that, I think it was like 200 companies, something like that, was out and didn't have service for the day. Some of them took 2 days to really start coming back because it identified other issues that had to be fixed and all that fun stuff. I'm leaning towards they were using AI, which they do, to administer. They have AI bots that run on their network, right? And it helps propagate information, speed up infrastructure, and I forget what else I saw it does. I'm pretty sure something happened with the AI and it couldn't roll itself back. And so it collapsed. And it took out the DNS. You know. But that's it. Fun times for the week, I guess, right? All right, let's put some music. I'm gonna try a new playlist. I'm hoping that it's DMCA free like it says, and I don't get a whole bunch of you can't be doing this. So I guess we're gonna find out, right? All right, let's drop into what we're working on. So this week I watched a little bit of some. You're making it like an RPG tutorial video. It was, I have it up. This guy. His videos are actually really good. I like his videos, but they're official like GameMaker ones, right? So we're probably gonna watch this again a little bit today because need to try to work on some stuff with it. Hello there. Who came in? Hi, Jeepin. See, you made it to work okay. Maratho, yes, that's his name. I couldn't remember his name. And welcome in, Greg. Yeah, I really like his videos. I like the way he explains things. It's just very, I don't know. It's just really good. Like the tutorials are really nice. So we'll probably end up watching a little bit more of this later today to reiterate some of the stuff. So this is the one we're going to watch is the turn-based project file, right? So whether or not you are you're making an RPG and you're going to do turn-based. Jeevan, you're trying to figure out the wonderful happy Saturday thing that Homeless mentioned. Yeah, that's because I started, and it was my fault. I said, welcome in and happy, wonderful Saturday to everybody. And Homeless was just like, no. How's the game going? Game's going pretty good. So let's make sure everything's up, working right. Okay, let me reorganize this. So we have initialize scenery. Here, this is my little test room, right? Ignore this. I was working with one of the assets to try and do this. It's a lot. It's a lot for sure because you have to build every little tile piece into how you want it to look. All right, so let's go ahead and start this and we'll kind of look at what it's doing, right? All right, let me see if OBS sees this thing. It's taken a while for it to pick up this, and I don't know why. All right, we have our barkeep, and we have a skeleton. They are randomly walking around with going different directions. Now, he's in a corner. Hopefully, he fixes himself, and there he goes up the wall, right? But if you approach him and you get too close, it says it's terrible font, but it says hello adventurer, and then you look at the bottom, it just says press E. The press E is not there or anything, but that's kind of how I was looking at making text boxes for this. Yeah, the font size. Yeah, I keep messing with it. I don't know if I need to go a little smaller with it, or like I don't want it to go bigger because I need it inside that text box. Probably need to go bigger. Yeah. See, that's the problem. But then you can't fit a whole lot in there. Like, that's 2 words I can fit on there. So we'll see. I need to mess with it. And then I was doing the same thing for the enemy. So here's the skeleton. I don't even know what it's saying. It's saying oi something, right? But that's what I was working on. So it's got a radius set up to it. So that when you come within that radius, it will do it. And currently, I have... oh, it's not showing in range. Okay. Oh, what if I go near both? Like that? It'll open both of them at once. I think it would be cool is if we had a little town and like NPCs were walking around and they got near each other, they would talk to each other. Like near other NPC or something. They could have like little conversations. You know. But that's how I did this. So this is a radius around them. So if we come back here, I also made it so that like the parent enemy is just telling it like sprite and sprite idle is no one and up, and so that the actual object tells it what it wants. I did this in another. Well, you remember Grog did this in another project, right? With this style, and that way I can specify what it needs to be done. Yeah, avatar stuff, basically. Right, and I'm using states in different ones. So the player has their own stuff going on, right? But then the enemies also have a state system. So not bad. And I have 2 different states, right? I have ones that are for NPCs and I have ones for enemies. So I had to rename it a little bit. The enemy one is just state E for enemy, and then the rest of it's the same. Because the regular NPC is just the name. That way they don't overlap. And it was telling me I can't do that. What's the difference between an NPC and an enemy? The enemy is going to have other states as well as the way it interacts with it. Like a player, an enemy, an NPC, and a fridge can all have state idle. Okay. I don't know then. So, some reason I tried to do something and it told me it can't because it exists. So I was like, oh, I need to rename it. And maybe I was just doing it wrong. And so this was my solution. Okay. So instead of having this here, I could probably have put the macro inside like the game, the two names for the macro inside the game manager, and then they would each pull off of it. I see. Okay. Yeah, some reason like I was doing something and I think it didn't like having this, or it said it already exists, and I was like, I probably misunderstood it, and so I just made a second one. Okay. Well, let me see how hard it's going to be to adjust. I don't think it is. I think it's still easily fixable, and maybe I can do that now. Let's do that now. Yeah, simple change though. So let's open this. Right? And we're going to do these ones right here. So search state idle, replace with state idle. Okay. Are you sure you want to replace all? Yes. Then we're going to say state E move, and it just got stinky real fast. Yeah. Homeless. I should have known it was you. To state move. Place all. All right. There. Now that is all done, and I'm just going to go through and verify. I think the problem is I got to move this, right? So we're going to cut this out of here, and we're going to put that into here with the other macros. So now they're at the top. I think for this one, I need to save and reopen it to get this to stop being not working. All right, let's save. Let's close real quick. And we're going to make a commit to it. And reopen. All right, there we are. Okay. Yeah, I just misunderstood it, and so to solve it, I just made my own, like another set. That's all. Looking through this. Yeah. We are going to make a new state. So let's start over in here. Let's go macro state battle. There we are. Come into parent enemy. And let's put that below the move one. So this is FSM dot add. No, space add. Dot add. State battle. And comma, then, okay, comma, then this. There we are. All right. So one of the other things I was doing all week was I've started messing around with visual assets, right? Because one, I really enjoy building like that kind of stuff. Two, I know it's going to take me forever to do it. The assets don't come pre-built, so you have to put up every wall, every ceiling piece, every post, door, stairs, blade of, like, piece of grass, whatever you want. But it takes forever. So I was messing with this. And this, I think, is the asset that I really enjoy. So I'm going to stick with it. But yeah, it takes a while to build all this. Plus, because there's so many different layers and stuff, you got to have like 8 layers. What is this? 7 layers of like tiles. It is a pain, and if there is, like, I just don't know it very well, you know. So, you know, I have grass below and above, and then when you're coming in here, like, to look at it, these are all the grass pieces, like all these pieces, just to do the grass. And then you have like all this stuff, yeah, you know. So I have below and above for that. Then I have scenery, which is trees and rocks and that kind of stuff. Then I have the building set up in the 3-1. So I have exterior, lower, exterior middle, and exterior upper to be able to layer the house correctly. But like I said, they all come in little pieces, and so if you're doing this, you're making the whole thing, right? So I was working on some of that this week. Plus, I wanted to make sure this was the asset one that I liked, and I'm sticking with it. It's a asset package that I purchased and double made sure and all that stuff, so you have the rights to use it for your projects, like commercial projects. So we're good. But I think this is going to be the style. All right. What's this? This is our battle room. I have currently a couple different options going on for battle. When you interact with an enemy, so like if you are here and you interact with the skeleton, it's not doing it yet, but it will. When you interact with the skeleton, it is going to auto send you and the enemy into the battle room. So you're in a different room now, right? This is where it's going to switch the enemy into a different state, and you will be able to, it'll be now in the battle state. It won't auto move. It will start functioning like it's in a battle. Also, ads are about to go off. I don't know. Maybe I need some coffee. Yeah, let me grab. I'm about half cup, so let me grab some coffee, and I will be right back. So hang tight. And I'm going to see everybody shortly. right. All back from that. I filled up my coffee cup. We're good on that. I think we still have like 2 minutes left in our ads. So, as always, let's play a thing of chess while we're hanging out, right? Trisp, welcome in. How are you doing? How's your day going? All right, where is my browser? There. All right, we got about a minute 30. We're going to do a chess puzzle in the minute 30 that is left. So if you like chess, feel free to say what we need to do, right? So we need to find checkmate. And I think we can do it. All right, this is going to be an easy one. It is one move. One move. All right, so we have A6 to... There's nothing in A6. To B9? To B9? There is no B9. It's B8. You never said you were good at chess? Yeah, okay. All right, so the move is going to be F3 to F8. No, F7, right? So we're going to take our queen here, and we're going to put it here, right? So we're going to do this and put it here. With that, the queen is protected. Nothing can get it, and it's protected by the bishop, so the king can't kill it. The king is not going to be able to move here nor here, and so therefore it will put it into checkmate. And should be good. And that's it. That was the puzzle. One move. All right. Looks like ads are over. Let's switch back and check out what we're doing. So I think I missed it, and then make brushes for the others, which will help a ton of work. Yes. Yeah. So working on the scenery with this is definitely a little bit of a hassle. But, I mean, look at all the pieces I got. So for just that, and then let alone all the grass. Yeah, I do have auto tiling set up for a couple of them, not all of them. But I'm getting there. It will help. Like, I will be able to auto tile it. And that will help too. All right. Actually, yeah, I think I only have it for one. And I labeled it. So here... I think I did it. Shadows, Greenland, auto tiling. Yeah, I do. It's for the grass ones. A lot of it's time consuming. That's why a lot of people use stuff like Tiled or IDTK, third party tile set editor, and then import into GameMaker. A lot more features. I don't know for this. Maybe I'll look into some of them. I'll probably look into them. But I don't know if I'm going to do it that way. I think I'm just going to continue building this one tile sort of set at a time, like as I go through, you know, and do stuff. You know, so like if I wanted, I don't know, a particular set of stairs, I would just drag it over. I'd be like, I want stairs there now. But we'll see. Yes. So this project is a 3-month one, right? So roughly it'll end at the first of the year, I think. Then we'll probably take a week off and then get into another one. Now, what may happen is I may decide I really liked this RPG. And I want to take the RPG and turn it into a 6-month project. Because I think I'm going to do 1 6-month project next year and maybe 2 3 months. So we may do something like that. And at that point, yeah, it may be worthwhile. Right? So to work on. All right. Let's ignore that room. Let's go back to here. What we were doing. We were setting up another state inside the parent enemy. So we were down here. And then we do enter like this. So we have enter, and we're going to do step. There, and then we'll just make a leave one. I'll probably end up with a draw one as well, but we'll see. All right, I need a comma on those. There. Now we have another state set up. So when you are moving, and if it identifies right here, Kelvar, you would suggest take my time, 10 to 12 years. That's nothing in a blink. It's just a blink of an eye. Or so to flesh everything out and turn it into the next Stardew Valley. It can still be done. Just kidding. Good morning. How's your day going? Right? So, you never know. It could be the next Stardew Valley and sell like 100,000 copies in the first week. I mean, that would be nice, right? Then, if it did something like that, I would consider quitting. Like my regular job. I would consider it at that point. I'd be like, oh, maybe I can do something off of this. I would consider maybe quitting. Maybe. All right. So if we're in the room for battle, we want change state battle. Right? FSM change battle. Okay. So now it will auto do that. And I should probably also have it identified in the idle state in case for whatever reason it thinks it's in the idle state. Well, we'll see how it works. All right, so now we've identified if we're going from here into the battle room. Does a battle enemy and an overworld enemy behave similarly? Well, here's my thought. And then we can determine that because I have not determined that yet. What I'm thinking of is when, let's say you're out walking around, right? You may. My thought is, you're just here, but you're lurking. You got to get set up. Yeah, absolutely, Trisp. I appreciate you stopping in, and if I don't catch you, I hope you have a great one. So we want to be able to like walk around, and the idea is either you can visually see there's an enemy up ahead, or the enemy is hidden until the player gets within and suddenly it shows up like it's jumping out of bushes or something, and now you're into an encounter. So it's going to either be one of those, right? So either we're going to have the enemy just walking around and you can see it, so you're like, oh, there's an enemy there, I'm going to go fight it, and then it'll take you into the battle scenario. Or it's not there and you're just walking and suddenly it shows up. You know, like if you walk into, I don't know, bushes and suddenly it's an encounter. I haven't figured out which one yet. The reason you ask is an enemy in the overworld is basically just an NPC with a trigger that starts a battle, kind of pretty much. It's just an enemy NPC. Yeah. You know, but I made it separate, you know, just to help keep it separate in my head. Quick chat, you can explain what you're getting at? Sure. Let me find Discord. I have Discord here somewhere. All right, welcome in. How you doing? All right, let me see if can you hear me?
Sorry, that was my bad. I think I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I understand what you're getting at, but maybe not.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess let's think of it a different way. The enemy. So in the battle scene, how will the enemy behave inside there? What does the enemy inside the battle scene need to do?
Well, I haven't hashed that out yet, but what I'm thinking is, okay, let's say the player interacts with the enemy, it then sends you and the enemy over into a battle room, right? And it won't look like it's just a room like this. It'll be whatever the scenario, like the scenery, that type of stuff, right? But when it occurs, the little enemy switches into a different state to be able to handle all the battle functions.
And that's sort of what I'm getting at. Is I feel like
it's kind of the same thing. I mean,
a battle enemy to be a state of an NPC or like an overworld enemy, because a battle enemy has a lot of different requirements than like what an actor or an NPC can do on the overworld, right?
Right.
They almost are like, okay, so for example, what if you want to have like the tavern, like the town keeper? Like, what if you go and talk to the barkeep and he's like, oh, can you help me kill this rat? And he starts a battle, right? Like you should be able to just spawn battles anywhere. Right? You don't need the same NPC in the overworld to be the same and battle enemy in the battle space, right? They don't need to be the same things. They don't need to be necessarily a state of an enemy. The way I'd almost think about it would be that. So I usually try to like cascade this down. So in my games, I have something called an actor, and an actor is basically any sort of like character in a scene.
Okay.
And so a player is an actor, an NPC is an actor. And I try to think about what are the differences between the two things. Like what is the difference between a player and an actor? Well, the player, you have movement, you can control them. different sort of stuff like that. Okay, so so the player needs to be its own thing. It's a child of an actor. But for example, all actors would have a state machine, right? So you could have a parent actor, and every actor would have a state machine.
Right.
So an enemy is going to need that, an NPC and a player will need that. Anyways, the next thing I would think about is what's the difference between on the overworld, what's the difference between an NPC and an enemy, right? And what you described to me right now it seems like there's almost no difference, right?
Right. They're basically kind of the same. They're doing the same. Like when I was making them, it's basically the same exact thing. Same idle state, same movement states. The only real difference was that then I was adding the battle state, which is what that tutorial tells you to do.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And
So once again,
so,
maybe this makes sense. Maybe this I should actually look at the tutorial here. But does it give a battle state to the overworld enemies?
well, yeah. So that's where I was at. Like it tells you to do like, oh, switch it. And so it has object battle switcher, object battle manager, which I haven't neither one of those I got into to see what it is yet. I'm not
Yeah, so the battle
entirely
switcher, I would imagine, is the object
sure.
that brings you to a battle scene.
Pretty much, yeah.
Um,
Like I don't think it's going to be the same object in there. I think it initiates the change, and so it may be separate things, right?
Gotcha, okay.
Um,
But yeah, so sort of what so the way you're doing it, it could be fine. It's probably totally fine. The only reason why I mention it is because RPGs can get unwieldy kind of quickly, and then you have this
sure.
like enemy that is doing like a lot of different things. It's handling basically to me what I'm getting at is you have an object that is handling two completely different responsibilities. It's handling overworld behaviors and it's handling battle behaviors. And those are two separate things in two separate rooms. So think of it this way, right? You let's say, okay, you walk into the skeleton, right? And a battle starts, which means you change to a different room, right?
Right.
But now that enemy isn't in that new room, right? It's in the old room. So why do you need to change the overworld enemy to the battle state if you're in a new room where that enemy doesn't even exist yet, right?
Okay. So that part, like the state function, was not part
Yeah.
of the tutorial.
Okay, okay.
I'm trying to make it work because I was like, oh, I have states. And I was like, oh, if we transfer over, that's why I was like, I needed to stop moving and do all that stuff. So that's where I was coming up with the state battle. And I was like, okay, we're going to tell it to, if you're in room battle, you switch to battle state. So now you immediately stop walking around. You're going to start doing this stuff. That's where that was coming from.
Right. And this is
Um,
this is why I really try to think about responsibilities of what an object should and can do. So for example, I would have an actor NPC object. So like you're basically your NPC,
right.
and NPCs walk around the world essentially, like they're doing now, and they can do whatever. And I would make functions or variables that you can define, like either in the variable definitions tab or yeah, probably variable definitions actually. And you can make it so that you could give enemies actors behaviors. So for example, you could give it an enemy like, or sorry, an actor. I should keep saying, and let me keep the words the same. You could give an NPC a chat box, right?
Right.
Or you could give an NPC an on touch behavior. So you could say, hey, on touch, show a chat box for one enemy or for one NPC. And then for another NPC, you could say on touch, start a battle. And
Okay.
NPCs are all the same. They're just things that move around and react to you touching them. But then what you do when you touch them is different from NPC to NPC. Like eventually you might get an NPC that, hey, when you walk into, it doesn't pop up a chat box, it runs away from you. And you have to wonder why that NPC runs away and you chase after them and you find them hiding and they're like, oh, they're scared of new people or whatever. And it's a quest line to make this person trust you, right?
Right.
That's like a custom behavior you could put onto an NPC. So the idea is you'd kind of want to be flexible. Whereas then when you switch to the battle scene, all you need to know is what type of enemy you need to create in the battle scene. The object you create in the battle scene should be, I would call it like a battle entity or something like that. And its one job is to handle everything related to battling.
And I could see that.
Because yeah, for example, right? Well, here's the thing, and this is why I kind of asked, because your battle entity could need some NPC behaviors, right? Because maybe you want your NPC to be able to walk around, your enemy to walk around. Maybe they should be able to do chat bubbles and talk to you too. So maybe you do want them to be an actor as well. Who knows? But think about like classic Final Fantasies, right? Where they're just you go into a battle. Did you play Final Fantasy 6?
Uh, I think I have. I played most of them.
Okay, so like in Final Fantasy 6, let's say you fight Kefka at one point. He has a little small sprite in the overworld,
Right.
but then when you get into a battle with Kefka, he switches to this big elaborate side view sprite. It's not even the same. It doesn't have the same movement because it's just a side view sprite, right? So that game doesn't necessarily need a lot of acting in some cases. Um, but also in that game, you can put entities in like actors in the battle scene. So I don't know. It's maybe too much overwhelming stuff, but that's just why I'm thinking about if you don't need to overload this behavior into a singular enemy, then don't worry about that.
Okay.
If your battle enemy needs to do what an overworld enemy does, then what you're doing is totally fine.
And that makes
Um,
sense because I didn't think about it. You know, so this week I was just like, oh, I started watching the tutorial. I was like, okay, we're going to switch into there. What do I do with the enemy? Like, is the enemy's going to appear there? That's why I was like, oh, I have state machines. I need to make new state for the enemy. I
yeah,
didn't think it all through yet.
and that's totally fair, and that's why I mention it because this stuff is a headache and it's a lot. Like I said, RPGs are big; they're very
That
system
they
heavy.
can
You
be.
have to think a lot of like chain reaction stuff down. What I would recommend, the best thing for you to get in the process of starting to think about, hey, what is an enemy in the battle room, is don't even worry about the enemy's state yet. Switching to a battle state, just make it so that when you touch an enemy, you switch into this room.
Yeah. What I think today is I'm going to run the tutorial again. I'll have it up in the like top corner. We're gonna
Yep.
walk through it. I have some of it already made, so we're going to go over it and try to identify why we're doing stuff. And I think
Cool.
that'll help solidify some of the stuff too. And it may turn out that's exactly what we're supposed to do, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Just following the tutorial, I assume it'll be very useful. Like I said, Matthew is
Yeah, like I said, I like
someone.
this guy's tutorials. So I think it'll be a good one. We'll just follow it and see where he's going because he's not taking into account there are states, right? And my guess is it's probably going to be similar to what you're saying because it makes sense.
Yeah, so it's funny because I'm trying to look through this like tutorial to find out what the battles actually look like. Um, yeah, because I'm assuming it looks like I think the enemies in the battle are probably entirely different enemies essentially. Um,
Yeah, and I have two other objects it had me make was a battle manager and a battle switcher. And that's about where I made it. And so I'm not sure exactly what's going to be in those yet. So I guess that'll be a good thing to see and watch today, and then we'll try to identify it.
yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. And yeah, I think you got this. You're making good progress. So, all
Thanks.
right, cool. I'll hop off. I'll catch you later.
Okay. All right. So just like I was saying, I think we're going to start the tutorial, right? So we're going to use this one. This is
As
the
part of making
tutorial,
our RPG, we made a player that moves and animates.
right? And let me move this out of my way a little bit. Where can I put that? I'm going to put that right there. Oh. All right, we're going to put that up in the top corner of the screen. It may... I don't want it to cover a lot of what I'm doing, so we'll do that. And I'll try to keep all the work in the bottom side here. All right. Let's go ahead and watch this tutorial. I got some of it already done. That's why I have the battle room. the buttons. So the way it's working it is there's attack light button, which is the green one, attack heavy, which is the red one, and then run away, which is the little person I made. The button system will probably be completely different, but the initial buttons are going to be there. So we'll get it to work and then try to figure out how we want to actually implement and set that up.
And enemies that move around the room and follow the player. In this video, we're gonna make it so when you touch an enemy, a turn-based battle begins. So it goes into a different room to start that battle. And from there, you can do attacks to hurt the enemy turn by turn, or you can leave the battle at any point. So let's open our project and get started. I divided this video into separate sections, and in the first section, we're gonna design our battle screen, which will be its own room, and make a switching loop so you can touch an enemy to go into battle and then press the exit button to come back. In the project, if you open the sprites folder, you'll see a folder for turn-based sprites. These are the sprites we're gonna use in this video. There is a
I don't have
background
any
for
of
the
those
battle
sprites.
screen, then a button for heavy attack, a button for light attack, and a button for running away from the battle. It's time to make the objects now. I'm gonna right click on the objects folder and create a new group. I'll call this battle. So this will have all the objects that we need for the battle.
I've already made the
I'll go
battle
and make the
room,
first object
and I
in
made
this
like
folder.
that's why
I'll call
mine
this
look
OBJ
weird. My
battle
buttons
switcher.
because I don't have the sprites
I'm gonna use
from
this
this.
object for switching from the game room into the battle room. So this object will carry information from the first room into the second room. Open the object and in the inspector, under its properties, enable the persistent option.
Okay. Battle.
Need this because by default, when you change the room, all the instances in the first room are destroyed. But we need this object's instance to carry over into the second room, and enabling the persistent option will allow us to do that. Then let's make another object in the battle folder. I'll call this OBJ Battle Manager. So this will be the object managing the battle loop and turns in the battle. Now it's time to make the buttons, but for them we need a parent object so we can give all of them the same code. I'll make an object called OBJ Action Parent.
Okay, let me see if I made OBJ Action Parent. There we are. All right. So I did. Question is, where? Okay, I have it in the battle area.
Then I'll go and make 3 more objects. First of all, OBJ Action Light for the light attack. Go and give it the sprite from the turn-based battle folder in the sprites. In the parent menu, set its parent to OBJ Action Parent.
The whole idea for this turn-based is we're making a scenario where if the player comes in contact with the enemy, it will then auto switch us to a battle room, right? So it'll switch us to another area where the actual battle takes place.
I'll duplicate this object with Ctrl D and call this OBJ Action Heavy for the heavy attack, and then double click on it to open it. I'll give it the sprite it needs. It already has the parent set because we duplicated it. I'll then duplicate this object again with Ctrl D and call this OBJ Action Run, which is for running away, and then double click on it to open it. I'll give it the sprite it needs in the inspector. We're gonna create our battle screen now. For this, let's go in the rooms folder, and here we're gonna make a new room asset. I'll name this rm_battle. Let's double click on it and open it. In the inspector, let's set the size of the room to 320 by 180, which is the size of our camera in the game. In the Layers panel, open the background layer and set the sprites to the battle background from the turn-based folder.
We are not so much worried about setting the room info that's over here, right? We're not. It's already set that way. We don't need to worry about it, but we're not going to do the viewports because we're using a camera manager that's setting and handling all the camera sizes in the viewports already. So we don't have to worry about doing that extra stuff.
That's done, so let's open the instances layer and add some instances here. From the objects list in the assets, drag and drop obj battle manager into the room. Then drag the buttons one by one and place them wherever you want. You can disable the grid by clicking here, so you can place them wherever you want. I'll set them up this way, so it's the light attack first, then heavy, and then the run button. Okay, there was a lot of setup, but we can finally start coding now. The first thing we're gonna code is switching between the game room and the battle room. We're gonna start by coding what happens when the player touches an enemy. I'm gonna close the room tab and from the assets, open obj player. In the events list, let's go and add a collision event with obj enemy parent. This runs when the player touches any enemy instance.
Okay. So it wanted a collision with our enemies.
Here we just want to create an instance of the switcher object and give it the information it needs to carry into the battle room. The first thing we're gonna do is check if the switcher instance already exists. If it does, we're gonna exit the event so the rest of the code doesn't run and nothing happens. Now if it doesn't exist, let's go and create an instance of the switcher. I'll make it as 0 by 0. It doesn't matter because it's not a visual object, and I'll store its ID in a local variable. Then
Okay. Try to keep up with it. All right, so we're making a variable called switcher, and it is instance create depth. I'm doing 0, 0, 0. Battle switcher. Okay. Why is All right, so we have variable switcher, instance create depth. We're doing all zeros initially on this. There.
I'll set a few variables in the new instance. The first is a variable called player data, which is the player itself, so it will have all the variables that the player has. The second is the enemy data, that's the other instance that you're colliding with. So through that, we can access all the variables of the enemy that you just touched.
All right. Welcome back, Jeepin. How is work going?
All of these are structs, which
yeah. So let's make our things here. Player underscore data equals self. And for switcher player, nope, it was enemy data. Enemy trying to get all your hellos in. Did you miss anyone? Let's see. You got Kelmar, Trisp, Grog. You already said hi to Homeless and all that stuff earlier. So I think you're good. You got all your hellos in. I was saying she said hello to you earlier. All All right, we made our structs there. We're doing player data for self and enemy data as with other. All right.
Which are just collections of variables. Then the final variable is the original room, which is the current room, so that at the end of the battle, we know.
And one more. So the current room. So at the end, he was about to say, so at the end of the battle, you'll know where you need to go. Right? All right. And good morning, Panuch. Welcome in. Thank you so much for doing the Sophie treat. And Sophie knew because here she is. Right? Yes, homeless. He was saying general manager. All right. So we're currently following a tutorial about RPG games, and what we're doing is we are setting up a scenario that if the player touches an enemy, it will transfer you to a battle room to be able to perform to have the battle in. And then when the battle's over, you get transported back to where you were in the overworld. Right? Think of it kind of like what's a game you recently played? Kind of like, I don't know, Tiny Tina's, right? When you're in the overworld and you're walking around and all of a sudden you have an encounter, that's what this is doing. You're basically in your world and then get transferred into a battle room. All right. We are in, where was I? Here.
Which room we want to go back to. And now we're gonna call this function to change the room to the rm_battle room that we created.
Okay. I didn't know Starfish wasn't feeling well. I hope she gets some rest and gets back up to being her normal self. All right, room, battle. There we are.
With this, we have covered going into the battle room. And now we're gonna program the action buttons so that we can press the run button to exit the battle room and come back to the original room. Let's first open obj action parent to program the base behavior for the action buttons. I'm gonna add the create event here. And in the event, I'm gonna make a function called action. And this will be an empty function for now.
Okay. Panuch, sorry, still sleeping. You just woke up having a cup of coffee. I appreciate coffee. I'm glad you're having coffee because now we get to have coffee together. That's what this is. This is coding and coffee. Okay, it's a lot of coffee with a little bit of coding. How's that? You have coffee water. You have bags of coffee water. If coffee water is what you can have, then coffee water is what you get. You have lots of it. You can make the same exact thing. Homeless, exactly. You need to have coffee. Your brain is slow without the real one. Yeah, homeless. Watch it. None of that in this room. It gets messy when you do that. But it does not wake you up. I know. I mean, we might be able to find, maybe, I don't know. I know it affects you. So if we can find one maybe that you can drink and you're okay with, if you sip it and take your time with it, not something you down and need a new one right away. Maybe, right? Language people, it gets messy. Yeah, especially when, people are just, shitting in the room and stuff. You can't be doing that. Then we got to get some paper towels and, you know. All right. What? That's crazy. You got to drink it fast because it's so good. No. All right. Hot drinks, coffee, I take my time with, and I drink it really slow. Cold drinks, like if I have happen to have a soda or even even a cold coffee, it is not a sipping drink. It is, I'm drinking that as quick as possible. I don't know why that is. It's just the way it is. We are so opposites on that one. That's okay. That's what makes it funny. Because you're like, what are you doing? We haven't even sat down yet and the drink's
So
gone.
using this syntax, you can create your own functions and then you can call this function later like any other built-in function. We want to call this function when we click on this button, and right now it's empty because what the function does will be defined in a child object. For now, let's program the click. So in the events, go under mouse and select left press.
Wait, you can do that up here? All right. I had no idea you could click this and make new events. Learn all kinds of new stuff, right? Okay. So now we have a left pressed.
Here we just want to call the action function that we created.
Oh.
Now we're gonna program the run button. So go in.
All right. It was just action like this.
To obj action run. You're gonna see the.
So what was that?
In a child object. For now, let's program the click. So in the events, go under mouse and select left pressed. Here we just want to call the action function that we created.
Right.
Now we're gonna program the run button. So go into obj action run. You're gonna see the create event here.
Oh, okay. I already have it connected. I was like, I didn't think I had it connected, but obj action run is already a child of the parent action, so we're good.
From the parent, and we want to override it.
Oh.
So go into this menu and select override event.
Right.
Here let's make the action function again, and this time the function is gonna have something inside it. It's simply gonna change the room to go back to the original room. So it's calling the room goto function, and then the room it's switching to is taken.
All right. So we have object function, and then we're putting stuff in it. Oh, I have to equal function. And what do we got? We got room. Go to object battle switcher dot origin, if I can spell, original room. There we are.
From the switcher object using the original underscore room variable. Remember, we set this variable before in the player, and now we are using it to go back. Now there's just one thing. When we create the switcher instance in the player, it's gonna go into the battle room, and then we come back with the exit button, but the switcher is gonna continue to exist forever. That means you can't go into the battle ever again. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna destroy the switcher instance when we come back into the original game room from a battle, but we're gonna do it 1 second after we have come back, so that gives the player a second to run away from the enemy, because during that second the battle won't be triggered again. So in the assets, let's go into obj battle switcher. Here let's add an event. Under other, I'll add the room start event. This event runs whenever a new room has started. Let's add a condition to make sure that this is not the battle room, so it only triggers for game rooms. In that case, I'll set alarm 0 to 60.
All right. What we're doing, or what he's talking about, is if the room does not equal room battle, right? So does not is the exclamation point with the equal sign to it. Well, exclamation point just means no, basically. So does not equal this is what this is saying. And then alarm is like a delay system set up, and we're making it for 60 frames. But we're going to tell it 1 second. So the same exact thing. I have a macro set up to be able to tell it I want frames converted into a time frame. So 60 frames equals 1 second. So we're just going to say alarm equals 1 second.
Let's add the alarm 0 event now. Here.
All right. I love the fact this is up here. I had no idea it was there.
I'll simply destroy the instance. So when the switcher comes back.
Okay. Instance destroy.
Into a game room. 1 second later, it will be destroyed. Now we can finally run the game and test this. Go near an enemy, touch it, and the battle.
All right, let's see if that works. So we're going to go into here. Let me move the player back over here. We're going to run it. Here we are. We got the barkeep in the skeleton. And we're going to go interact with the enemy. And it did, in fact, bring us back over here. And it crashed. Why? Something with snow state. What is all this? Oh, is it because... What was that? Sunflowers everywhere. Jeepin'. It's a whole bunch of sunflowers. Step event for object parent enemies. Invalid call. Snow state line here. Parent enemy. All right, let's take a look at parent enemy. Why? Is it because I have the same object being converted or changed over? Right? So for now, let's go into here. Let's take this guy out. And that should solve our problem, right? So we're going to try it again. I hate that whenever it runs the game, it changes the size of my GameMaker whole like window. I don't understand why it does that. So this is where I want you to be. You need to be that size. All right. Let's go see if we can't. Okay. Now we're in the battle room. And you're like, oh, I don't want to deal with this. Then these are my buttons, right? So light attack, heavy attack, and run away is the little person button. Click it, and we're back into here. However, I'm sure the next part we're going to be doing is it doesn't remember the exact location you were at. It restarted the room, and we can't have that. So I think that's probably going to be the next thing it has us do.
Begins. Click on the run button and you're back in the original room. The problem now is that the game room has restarted. It has forgotten where we were when the battle started. To fix that, go back into GameMaker and click on your game room, which for me is room 1.
All right, so find the game room. Okay.
Go into the properties and enable the persistent option.
Oh.
This way it'll remember where everything was when you leave the room and come back. So now in the game, if you start a battle and come back, you will be right.
All right. Let's do that. Run the game. And we're going to go touch the skeleton. In here, you're like, nope, I don't want to fight this. I want to run away. And hello. Oh. That works. Run away. So now, though, it brings you right back. I may want that to be longer than a second. I don't even remember what it's saying. Oi. Are you not? What? It's saying something. I don't know what it's saying. But let's go back to the tutorial and find out what we're doing next.
Where you were when the battle began. Let's take some time to take a breath now and move on to the next section.
All right. Let's do that. Health bars.
In this section, we're gonna display the player and the enemy on the battle screen and give them health bars so their health properly appears on the screen. We need two more objects for this, which are the instances for where the player will stand and where the enemy will stand in the battle room. So I'll make a new object and name this obj battle player. I'll go into the inspector and give this the player sprite.
Okay. So this is, I don't know if you're there or not, Grog. I think this is doing what you were saying. Briefly, Grog was on for a little bit. We were talking about almost creating an avatar of the original object, right? So it is not the object you are touching that moves into this room. It has new objects that appear in this room. So inside here, right, we're going to make two new objects. We're going to make two objects. First one is going to be OBJ battle player. And we'll give it the sprite of the player. Idle down. Done. Next, I don't know.
When it's standing idle facing right.
Oh. Idle, but facing right. Got it. Player. There we go. Okay. Next.
Then I'll make another object and name this obj battle enemy. I'll go in the inspector and give this the sprite for the NPC, because in the game this will just take the sprite of whichever enemy you're fighting, so the sprite you select here doesn't really matter.
All right.
I'll open the RM battle room and place both of these objects. I'll put the player on the left and the enemy on the right, and then I'll close the room.
Okay. So we open up the room. It's here. We get the regular player out. We're putting battle player in and battle enemy in. Okay.
Let's go into obj player and open the create event. Here I'm gonna make a few variables. We have HP, which is how much health the player has. Then we have HP total, which is how much total health the player can have. Then we have the amount of damage the player does to enemies. And then a charge variable, which will be used for the heavy attack. Now
All right. we have HP and then HP total, which is the total number you can have. And then he said we have our damage and charge, which starts at 0. Perfect.
Let's go into obj enemy parent. In the create event, let's make a variable for HP total. That's the total health of the enemy taken from its starting HP. Now we want to pull this information from these instances into their battle instances. So let's first go into obj battle player. Here I'm gonna add the create event. I'm gonna make a variable for the data of the player. It's just
Interesting. All right. And I just saw a notification that ads are going to go off in about 3 minutes. So let me back up here a minute.
that's the total health of the enemy taken from its starting HP. Now we want to pull this
All right. So we just completed this line.
information from these instances into their battle instances. So let's first go into obj battle player. Here
All right. Battle player.
I'm gonna add the create event. I'm gonna make a variable for the data of the player. It's just pulling the player data struct from the switcher so that it's faster.
All right. So we have battle switcher dot player data.
To write. Then I'll go into the obj battle enemy object. I'm gonna add the create event.
Object battle enemy, which we have open here. We're going to make a create event.
Here also I'm gonna make a data variable, and this will pull the enemy data struct from the switcher.
All right. Object battle switcher. There. Oh yeah, the tutorial is doing what you were talking about. Yes. Yeah. As soon as we started making the object battle player and the object battle enemy, I realized, yeah, it's on a separate object. All right, so we have enemy data and player data. All right, so we have about, 30 seconds or so till ads. I am going to be right back on this one. One, I want to get some more coffee because, coffee. And 2, it is time to uncover somebody over here that is quietly making little noises. A whole bunch of little quack quacks. So, let me turn on some music. I'm going to go ahead and we're just about there. So I'm going to go ahead and start a Be Right Back during this ad break. And I will see everybody in a couple of minutes. So hang tight. And I will see you all soon. All right. I'm back. Maybe. What is going on with my camera? You see me here, but it shows an empty chair. Well, that's weird. All right, hold on. Still no. I'm invisible. Yes. It is showing. The camera is showing an empty chair, but I promise that I am here. I really am. So, let's take a look at my camera. Because whatever it's doing is not what it thinks it should be doing. Yes, in fact, it thinks I am not there. I am a ghost. Yes. All right. Do I need you to come home and help? Right. Right. So we have this. We're going to switch back. It's not seeing the camera at all. Right. It still sees me here. Okay. So we have the camera plugged, like unplugged and plugged back in now. I tried deactivating it and reactivating it, but it wasn't even seeing the camera. There we go. All right. We are good. I'm here and here. All right, Jibin, nobody at work wants to give you the details you need to do the work, so you might as well come home and find the ghost. Well, I accidentally solved that one for you, so you don't need to come home to find the ghost. But if nobody's giving you the details of what you need to do the work, don't do the work. Just leave the tickets there and be like, reached out to customer, no response. And then put the your reach out attempts in that ticket to show that you tried to reach out to customer, and the customer is like, I'm not going to respond. And then find something else to do. That's all. I mean, that's what I would do. I'd be like, if you're not going to tell me the info I need to do the job, then I'm going to do my own job, and you're not going to be there. So here's my paper trail. Right. All right. We were in the middle of something, right? Before the ads. Yes. And I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was me switching back and forth. Who knows? They responded, but it was the exact same info they gave in the ticket that you asked for clarification. You're annoyed. I mean, you shouldn't expect very much from them. Yeah, sadly. But just think, you are taking Wednesday off, so you get a long weekend. You just have to survive the rest of today. That's all. That is it. I know. And not only do you get a day off, but you get a new expansion coming out for Guild Wars 2 on Tuesday that you get to play on Tuesday and all day on Wednesday. So, cool stuff for there, right? 24-hour stream from Jeepin on Guild Wars 2. That's what I'm calling for. Might just get up early for that. You're not even going to have to worry about it. You're still going to be up. It's going to be a 24-hour stream starting on Tuesday. Stream all night. You'll be fine. But just think, if you do get up early, because, you know, you can start right after the gym. We still have the gym on Wednesday. I know she's going to love that one. She's like, what? I'm not working. I don't have to get up. You're going to still have to get up at 4:50 in the morning. Whatever. Well, we get up. We'll go to the gym. We come back. You can clean yourself up and then come down and start streaming. You could be streaming by like 6:30 in the morning. That would be an early stream for you. Right? Nah. All right. Let's get back to what we were working on that we had right before the break here. Let me turn off the music and switch over to the tutorial here.
Then we're gonna set the sprite of this instance from the sprite in the data struct.
Okay, so I need to think about this because we have sprite index equals data.sprite index. Now in here, we're doing sprite index, but sprite index equals this. So I guess we'll write it exactly as it has it for right now. Sprite index equals data dot sprite index. All right.
So it's taking the sprite that the enemy had in the game room and applying it to the instance in the battle room.
So I was thinking about this while I'm sitting here, fidgeting because my chair is not very comfy. I finally broke down and bought a chair. I did. I'm happy I'm getting a new chair, but I'm sad that I actually broke down and bought a new chair. I know I needed one. This one is like, should have been replaced like last year. Yeah, but like, I don't know. When it works, it's great. A cool mesh one? No. It is a cushiony one. But it's not a mesh one. I still have the mesh upstairs. Part of the reason, Panuch, I did that is I wanted my office chair and my gaming chair to be different. It helps because when you work from home, it helps to break up your office environment from your normal life environment, right? And if I had the same type of chair, I would feel like I'm sitting in it for 14 hours out of the day, 14, 15 hours. Hi, Arlen. Yeah, so because I work here, right? So first thing in the morning before work, I'm usually sitting here for about an hour. So I'm in this chair. Then I get a break. I go to work for 10 hours. And I wanted something different so that when I came back down here, I was in my gaming chair, not in a chair that I feel like I'm still at work. It helps to break up the routine, that's all, right? It's one of those things they try to tell you about, like, oh, when you work from home, make sure your environments are different. Sometimes wear different clothes for when you're at work part versus your home part. So you get some sort of variation and like breaking up of your day. That's why, like, I could have my work environment right here. It's not hard. It's just like a laptop I attached, and I could have a docking station here and switch my monitors or whatever, or just have it over on the side here. And I didn't want that because I wanted that separation. So I have a nice little office space upstairs. That's where it is. And then I come down here to work on this stuff. But while I'm thinking about it, let me find this. And then I don't think I've messaged you yet, right, Pinich? Yeah, probably not. So hold on here. I will just send you a photo. Assuming I can find what I'm doing. Do. Okay, there we go. Now, let me get back to what I was working on here. Let me find my screen. There we are. You download Homeless. You downloaded Guild Wars 2. Yes. Did you download it from Steam? It was free. So Guild Wars 2 itself, the core is free no matter which way you get it. Before you get started, I would do the opposite. I would remove it off of your Steam, go to the website, and download it. Yes. One, you get more content off of the website download stuff because they have other things that you get. They do more like sales on their expansions more often. Yes. So if you need the Jeepin, can you post the Guild Wars 2 website in chat so you can go there? Thanks. Yes, and for anybody else that wants to, Guild Wars 2 is free for the core edition, right? When you are ready to move on. So you can play the core all the way up to level 80. Then all the excitement starts. That you don't even get to do the first expansion until level 80. You can also do them out of order. I'm going to eventually I want to play it like I'm I'm slow at it, but I want to play them all through. And I think it'll be a lot of fun because you can go back and play each one separate. It's really, yeah. Okay. I was doing something, right?
Now we have the data struct for both the player and the enemy, so we can read the health information from it and draw it on the screen. Let's do that for the enemy first.
Hold up. There's a prequel book that you remember being pretty decent. I didn't even know there was. Wait, there's books for Guild Wars 2, Grog? Books. See, now at least 2. Where can I look this up? Guild Wars 2 books. Look at that. All right. They do. Guild Wars 2 novels has at least, it looks like 3 books. Guild Wars Edge of Destiny, Guild Wars Sea of Sorrows, and Guild Wars 2 Ghosts of Ashelon. Right? So this is what it's talking about up here in the top right corner. Guild Wars 2 novels as these 3. Edge of Destiny is the prequel to the story of Guild Wars 2. Look at that. All right. Well, that would be a good one to read. All right. I need to, before I could even start another book, I am still working my way through Stephen King's Dark Tower series. I'm getting closer to being done with book 5. Might have to add those to the long list of books to read. Yeah, I'll probably just get them, and then they'll be on the shelf here with all the other books. I find I don't read as much, but I have tons of books. Grog, we're tempting you to play, but don't even know what you'd do anymore. I don't even know what to do in there. I'm only a level 45. I haven't even made it to 80 yet. Jeepin's on 80, off on the Grand Adventures, master points and all kinds of stuff. And I'm still like, oh, look, I can pick up twigs. Oh, and I chose to be a tiger. What's it? A char. I chose to be a char as my first character. Yeah. I like it. But I have never, that's my only character. I haven't made any others yet. Char Warrior is my class. You have 3. Yeah. And the alt obsession starts soon, right? Suddenly you have 3. Next thing you know, you have 5. And then you're going to max out your alts. That's all. You need to check what your great sword skin sells for these days. I bet a lot. Yeah, it's such a, I really enjoy playing it. I have not had a lot of downtime of game time this week. So I worked on my game stuff all before work. I just don't have time to stream anymore on my work days. So for about an hour before work, I sit here and do stuff. After work, what did I do this week? I had 2 days of just being in the crafting room because I'm doing some painting. So I had that. And yeah, that was about it. Oh, I played some Diablo 4 earlier this week too. And however, suddenly you have 95 alts and you think there isn't enough server room for all the alts you own. Yeah. I can see that happening. Jeepin's already there, on her way. She's got 3. The guild leaders have 18 accounts. That's too many accounts. See, that's where the server room space. You have 18 accounts with 48 characters between them all. There's an obsession, right? And Homeless, thank you for the Sophie treat. Come here, girl. Sit. Go lay down. You got 2 accounts for birthday presents. Excellent. Like to get in-game birthday presents. Oh, nice. They do it for the dailies and earn gold. Yeah, I could see that. Like if you're into it, I get it, right? I mean, I can easily see it. That's what you need, J-Man. You need like 48 accounts, gold farm, do all your stuff, sell all your things, become like Guild Wars 2 daily job. You need to finish your weekly? Yeah. All right. Let's get back to what I was trying to do. It's like my thought process.
Already.
I'm
gonna go into the events and under draw, add the main draw event. This is where you can draw anything in the room. Now,
all right. Side note: did you know you could click here and create events up here? I had no idea you could do that until this video. Right? I've been always coming down here doing all this stuff, and I was like, man, that's kind of annoying. I really like that Code Editor 2 has it up here, and you can just create your stuff. I think it's really cool.
When you add a draw event, the instance stops drawing itself. So to make sure it does draw itself, just call the draw_self function. And now we're gonna draw the health bar. Let's make some local variables for that first. The first one is the X position where the health bar will be drawn, then the Y position, then the width of the health bar, and then its height.
All right, so our X, Y, width, and height is what we need to do, right? Variable X equals X start 20. Variable X or variable Y start plus 20. And we're going to do variable underscore for our width, say 40, and variable underscore H for height 8. You need to finish, your weekly. And Grog, do you have / are you hunting any legendary items? Oh, for the weekly stuff. I'm not even on any of that.
Bar is by taking this SPR box sprite, which has 9 slicing enabled, so you can stretch it as much as you want, and it will retain its corners. So
what?
You're gonna...
Oh, I need to make a sprite called box. Okay. Homeless, you'll be right back. All right. Let's call this SPR box. And what size? It looks like 8 with 8. Here, we're going to make it look roughly about the same. We need a light gray. let's do that one. There. To there. Oops. That is not correct. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. All right. There. Now we have it. So now we can do a darker gray, or I should say darker black. Like this. I'm glad you understood what he asked, Jeepin. You did get to spear, but you have not gotten started with that. You're not really far into the game. I think you've only been playing for like 2 months. I was working Living World content, but boosted one tune so that you could get to spear Enchanted Wilds, so you'll be ready for the new expansion. Gotcha. All right. We have this, but we need to make a 9 slice on here just like it's showing. So to there. All right. And I think we're caught up to where we are. So let's start the video.
Stretch it first to make the base of the bar, which is the total HP, and then stretch it again to draw how much health the player or the enemy currently has. For the base of the bar, let's call draw sprite stretched. We are drawing SPR box, its first frame, with the X, Y, width and height we created.
Okay. Draw sprite. Oops. Draw. Can we get where I need to be? Sprite stretched. I have not used that one before. Not that one. SPR underscore box 0 and then underscore X underscore Y underscore width and underscore height. Okay.
Then we call another function, but this time the one that allows us to color it. This time we are drawing the second frame, so this will be 1. Then the X and the Y are the same. And then for the width, we are taking the width variable and multiplying it with the HP from the data divided by the total HP. Then we have the height, and then the color for this, which is red for the enemy, and then the opacity, which will keep.
All right. So let's draw that line, right? We are doing draw sprite stretched extension, and we're doing SPR box, but now we have a 1 underscore X underscore Y underscore W times data.hp divided by data.hp total then underscore H and C red 1. Right? And I think I have too many things up. There we go. Okay.
At 1. Now we want to do this exact same thing in the player, just with a different color. So let's select all of this code and copy it with Ctrl C. Then let's go into OBJ Battle Player. Here, let's add the draw event. And in the event, I'm gonna paste the code with Control V. The only thing we'll change here is the color in this function call from sea red to sea green. Now run the game and go into battle. You'll see the correct sprite for the enemy here.
All right, let's go check it out. Right. Total HP, but not HP. We don't have an HP set up for the enemy. So HP needs to equal 5. That'll work. Right? So that should run it now. We are doing 1 point of damage, so it'll be 5 hits. We should be able to be good. Playlist of them all. Oh, okay, that's Guild War stuff. All right, let's start it again. See what we're doing. If it works now. Yeah, you just got into Guild War 2 rabbit hole. Not a problem. Jeepin is happy to talk Guild Wars 2 all the time now. So it's never a bad thing. All right, we're going to go interact with our skeleton. My character is not showing up, but my skeleton is. All right. I think I know what I forgot. So we're going to go back to object here. We forgot to do draw self. So draw self. And do it again. Interact. Perfect. Now we have both our boxes. So my box looks a little weird. It's not quite like his, but that's okay. I don't really know how. I think, yeah, it's enabled. So let me look at it again. This is it. And 9 slice is on. Let me. All right, so we're at 1321, right? Let's go back a little bit. This is where he talks about.
Then the width of the health bar, and then its height. The way we're gonna draw.
Oh, it's not enabled? Oh, activate. I have to actually click a button. Yeah, my bad. Just kidding. All right, we're going to be right back at where we were. Let's go ahead and start it again. Check it out. Come here. Okay, it looks better. So now we have our box, right? We have this guy and we have this one. I'll need to adjust the frame or like the sprite index so that they're looking at each other, but that's not a big deal. And Jabin, now you're going to need them all. Right. Go collect them all. You got to do it. All right, where are we? Let's start the video and continue from where we were. We were on the battle player one. So we're going to do this.
Now run the game and go into battle. You'll see the correct sprite for the enemy here. And you can see the health bar for both the player and the enemy.
Mine don't look like that.
We're now going to work on allowing you to click on the light attack button and attacking the enemy then allowing the enemy to attack you.
Right. So let's go back to here because I want to see what their thing looks like. Would that be empty in there? That's not empty, is it? And he's got 2 frames. Well, this is what mine looks like, but I only have it as 1 frame. I wish I knew. It didn't show making this anywhere. This was part of a package, I guess, for this tutorial. I don't have it. So I'm just making things as I go. But yeah, I don't have this, but it looks okay. And it could be. The reason I is his when you're here is showing solid red or solid green, right? So solid red on the enemy, solid green over here, and man, that was stinky. But mine is showing black in the middle of the health bar. So like when I start mine, yeah, it's been a stinky day, Silver. And welcome in, by the way. Yeah, see, mine has like solid black in the middle, solid, like it's see-through up here, right? That's why I was like, maybe it doesn't need to be there. Maybe it's supposed to be empty, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know why his is solid. I guess for right now, it's not a big deal until we make sure it works. If it works, I think it'll be fine. And then I can adjust it later. But maybe it's because of this. Like maybe there is nothing on this top bar of a color. But that's how he has it. So, all right, let's just start it again and
you can see the health bar
we'll pick
for
up
both
where
the
we are.
player and the enemy. We are now gonna work on allowing you to click on the light attack button and attacking the enemy, then allowing the enemy to attack you, and then make a loop out of that. We're gonna program the whole turn system now. So for that, go into OBJ Battle Manager.
I don't think that played. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. That was a delay. That was a big delay. It just went off. I just heard it. That was like a firework fart where it delayed itself and then all of a sudden there was the boom. Yeah. It just had to get to the right position. That's all. It had to cook. That's it. No biggie. All right, we're going to Battle Manager next. And let's open that up.
Here I'm gonna add the create events and set up a few variables. This variable will be 0 when it's the player's turn and 1 when it's the enemy's turn. This variable stores how much damage to do to the enemy during the player's turn after its attack animation is over. We are creating a function which will be called when the player wants to attack. It takes one parameter, which is how much damage this attack will do. In the function, we are storing that damage value in the damage to enemy variable. Then we are setting enemy turn to 1 because the player's turn is over. And then the animation should play for 40 frames, and after 40 frames, the attack should happen. So we will set alarm 0 to 40 frames. We're gonna...
Okay. So we need player attack. This is going to be a function for damage. And we're doing damage to enemy equals function the thing here. Turn equals 1 and alarm 0, 40 frames. That's being very precise. That's under a second, so we're going to stick to frames on that one. At least for now. Once we get it going and playing, I'll probably adjust some of that stuff, right? What a miss. And that's how we say hello in your land. Yes, that does sound a little unusual, but unusual is kind of like the norm around here. So I think that fits right in. That makes sense, Homeless. Yeah.
Make the animation later. So for now, let's just add the alarm 0 event.
Alarm.
Here, I'll take the
0.
health of the enemy from its data struct and subtract the damage from its health.
Yes, Jeepin, you are the normal one. But the rest of us make our own normality. So, you know, it's all right. It's all right. Everybody makes their own normality. That's all. This is normal. It's all good.
Then I'll set alarm 1 to 60. That's where the enemy attack will happen. So let's go and add that alarm 1 event.
Alarm
Here,
1
first of all, we're gonna calculate how much damage the enemy
60.
will do. This will be the damage of the enemy from its data struct, multiplied with a random value between 0.7 and 1.2. So the damage the enemy...
Okay. Had to pause it so I can keep up with this. We're doing variable enemy damage. And since everybody was talking about it, I may actually play some Guild Wars 2 later today. That's all. Now, like, I want to get caught up. And 1.2. Okay. That should be good.
enemy does will vary a little every time it attacks. Then we take the health of the player from its data struct and subtract the damage from it.
You want to come home and try to help me with Guild Wars 2? Is that what you're asking? I didn't say it would be on stream. I don't know. Nobody wants to see me game on stream. So, no gaming on stream for me. Yeah, that's it. Just forget work. Just walk out. Be like, you know what? I'm going to go game. And you all can fix your own computers. No, it'd be like I'll play later today, but like it'll be off stream. I was gonna work on my Jeep, but I forgot, and Jeepin took my Jeep. So there's that. You'll come back to work when decided to respond with clear answers and not riddles. You can't drive yours, it might not start. But what if it does start? We have to start it. I know, I probably should just order you a new starter. But it also has a, like, I have to look. It has like some sort of little safety switch to it, and I think it could be that too. So yeah, homeless. It definitely wouldn't be a PG stream if I gamed on stream. That is true. I cannot contain the vulgarities when I when I game. It would void all of Twitch's warranties. I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it would. I would just void the warranties. And that's what I need. I need like a little button that like auto pops up on screen that when he hears me swearing, it puts a little like bleep warning over me. It'd be like, warning. Yes. Ear violation in process.
And now we set the enemy turn variable to 0 because the enemy has attacked and it's the player's turn again.
Yes. Even Sophie gets upset when I swear. She runs away. Right, Sophie? I know. I don't mean it. I'm just swearing at the game. That's it. But she's like, nope. She's like, she runs over to Jeepin. She's like, I don't know what he's doing. So, new gaming on stream for me. Put a stream delay in OBS and a censor button. Could probably do that. I need it to be like, these words are censored, and it just be like, beep, 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 warning, ear violation in progress. Yes, exactly. Sophie's like, bad vibes. That said a bad word. That said a bad word, huh? Yeah, she thinks when I start to, like, when I swear at games that tables are gonna get flipped or, you know, all that stuff. So she runs away.
The turn system is set up now, so we want to allow the player to click on the light attack button, which will call this function. We also want to disable the player's buttons if it's the enemy's turn. For that, let's go into obj action parent and here add the step event.
Okay. So, to be fair, she swears at games when not streaming. So there's a difference between like she doesn't swear. Yeah. Homeless has heard me, like, because we've gamed off of stream. If I die, forget it. I lose dinos, I get upset. I'm like, what the? Right. Okay, we want to be in our action parent. Right here. And we need a step event. That's what we need. Step event. You're gonna swear a lot on stream on Tuesday, homeless. Yeah, probably throw in some offensive stuff too. Probably, you'll be all right.
Let's do a simple check. If it's the enemy's turn, then we'll set the alpha or opacity of the buttons to 0.2 so they appear a little transparent. Otherwise, if
I'm
it's
typing.
the
Where am I
player's turn,
typing?
the alpha will be set back to 1 so they are fully visible.
All right, hold on. Let's figure out where I'm typing. I'm typing there. Now I'm typing here. If object battle manager enemy turn, then we want image alpha equals 0.2. Sure. else image alpha equals 1. Okay. I think we're caught up on that.
And in the left pressed event, we want to make sure to only allow the player to click the button if it is the player's turn. So let's add a line here to check if it is the enemy's turn. And in that case, we're gonna exit the event so nothing happens. What this means is that if it is the enemy's turn, you can't use the buttons. Now let's allow the player to click on the light attack.
Okay, hold on. What's up, Arwen? Arwen is talking. Hi. Yeah. Arwen's over there just trying to talk to me. She thinks I'm talking to her because she doesn't understand nobody's here and who I'm talking to. So I sit here and she's there and she's like, "You're talking to me, but you're not looking at me." And that's how that works.
What this means is that if it is the enemy's turn, you can't use the buttons. Now let's allow the player to click on the light attack button and do an attack. Open the obj action light object, and in the events, we want to override the create event from the parent.
Okay. So we want to go to object light attack in here. Now we're overriding on the create event and then
like we
doing
did
something.
in the run object. And now let's add the action function here.
Action equals function.
This will call the player attack function from the manager object. If you remember, this function takes a parameter which is the amount of damage done to the enemy. For that, we're gonna take the damage from the player's data struct.
Okay. Player battle. This seems like it's a lot. I mean, that fart was a lot. That's a lot of food you ate. It's pretty stinky. But the coding seems a lot because I keep going back and forth on stuff. But it's not really. It's just a lot of initializing and setting this up. That's all. Once it's set up and I have the actual sequence down of switching between the regular room to the battle room and then back and forth, then we can be able to edit it and make it the way we need it. It's the coffee. I know. It's the coffee.
That's it for the turns. Run the game and go into battle. You can now click on the light attack to attack.
All right, let's see if everything we did actually works. It's a difference between system games versus action games. Action games, you get feedback right away. System games, you have to make the whole system before you can even try it. Yeah. And it's just a lot. Like, haven't done this, so this is all new for this. All right. We came in. I still don't know why this is showing up incorrectly, but that's all right. We're going to press the light attack button, see if anything happens on here. Okay. It worked and didn't work all at the same time. So, battle manager, dot damage is not pulling any info. Or is it not? Dot damage is not set before reading under battle enemy. So now I have to figure out what I missed. Right? So we have like 1,000 things. Hover over data. Yeah, so data is parent enemy. but damage is not showing up. So we need go to parent enemy. Well, all right, hold on. I don't think I have. I don't remember him doing that. This is parent action, parent enemy. Damage equals 1. I know, Arwen. I know. I'm aware. All right, let's close some of these extra rooms. Let's close the room. Close the room. Okay. Starfish, good morning. Welcome in. All right, I added damage into the parent enemy, which should fix that because inside here it was calling it and it couldn't find it. So now it should be able to find it, hopefully. Let's run it again and check it, right? Out of the way, barkeep. Okay, we'll have to fix our little guy here at some point because he's looking in the wrong direction, but not a big deal. We're going to press the light attack button, which is the green. It knocked the health down. And I am in ads. Sorry, everyone. You get banned to ads for a little bit. Yeah, you're in ads. Sorry. It's only secret conversations now. All right, so it worked. This attack worked. The enemy returned attack, but the damage looks like it's off. So and it could be. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's 2 different boxes. I feel like it's 2 different boxes. Almost, right? We have one in the background that's the shadow. Let me think, where was that? I was drawing those in battle player, right? So we have 2 boxes, right? We have SBR box and then SBR box here with a color. Arwen, let me try something here. We're going to take this. It's all active. It's the same exact thing, but in the middle, we are simply going to fill it in. I just want to try it. So we'll take SBR box 1 and put that into enemy here. Right. Also, I'm working through the ads, but that's all right. That's it. That's what it was. It's a part they skipped in the tutorial, but it's 2 different boxes. So let me do that for the player. This is battle enemy, battle player. See green. And Starfish, you're doing a Sophie treat. Thank you for that. Here she is. Have a seat. You're getting lots of treats today. Sophie hears something and she was just like, I was not laying down until I figured that out. All right. Let's go interact with the enemy. We're there. Now we have green and red all set up for our colors. We're good. We're going to do a light attack. Light attack on the player or the enemy. The enemy returned the attack. And this is going down and that's going down. Perfect. Yeah, that was all it was. They didn't talk about it. So when I was making the objects, I didn't realize there was 2 sprite boxes for it. That's all. And then nothing happens when you hit 0 right now. Okay. Yeah, so I have 1 box set to be the top one, and then the bottom one is just the one with the see-through on it. All right. Let's go ahead and start this.
And the enemy's health goes down, then the enemy does an attack and the player's health goes down, and then you can click on attack again and the loop goes on and on. Now even if you empty the enemy's health, nothing happens, and at this point the match should end, so let's work on that.
Ending the battle.
Let's go into the OBJ Battle Manager object and open its create event. Here we're gonna make a new function called check for end. This is going to return true if the battle is over and false if it's not. For the return, we have a condition. It's checking if the enemy's health is at or below 0 or the player's health is at or below 0.
Oh, that's right. Using double pipes is or. Okay, we're in Battle Manager. This is up in our create event. So we're doing check for end. Function. No argument. There. Returns. Object. Battle. Enemy. Data.hp is less than or equal to 0. And we'll do or. Object. Battle player dot theta HP. Let's see. Equal to 0. Okay. And that looks correct.
Because you will agree in either case the match is over and the function will return true. Now let's go into alarm 0.
So Starfish, Jeepin's a little upset today. She is upset that she is at work having customers not give her the information she needs to fix the computers. And we've been talking about Guild Wars 2 most of the stream, and all she wants to do is play Guild Wars 2 now. So that's the problem. And that's why she's like, she's upset. Because she has non-compliant customers and a game that she can't play right now. That is all. Poor Jeepin. Although she is going to be taking off Wednesday. So she's going to be doing the Guild Wars 2 new expansion release on Tuesday and playing it most of all day Wednesday. You would have a fit like a toddler. She might feel better. She could. Yeah. It's tough. She wants to do work, but the customer is just like, I'm not going to give you the info you want. I'm going to reiterate the info I already told you, which is useless information.
This is where the player attacks and then we set alarm 1 for the enemy's attack. I'm gonna remove this and make it be based on a condition. We're gonna check if the match has ended, and in that case, we're gonna set alarm 2. That's where we're gonna go.
Okay. Or she could wear a cape to work. That would be funny. That's what she needs. She needs a little superhero, little cape, and she'd be good. So in alarm here, we're not doing this anymore, but we are doing a check. Check for end. It's a function. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Stop. Go there. We're going to take this, put it back in, but we're changing it to alarm 260. And it's really just 1 second. Yeah, customized armor. That would be perfect for her. The great thing is it's Halloween week and no one would question it. They would probably not even question it. You are correct. She could just do it.
Go back to the original room. Otherwise, we set alarm 1 as before so the enemy can continue to attack.
Okay. So we need our else there, alarm 1, back to 1 second.
Now let's open alarm 1 where the enemy attacks. After it has attacked, we're gonna do a check to see if the match has ended. And in that case, we're gonna set alarm 2.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we had a chance to tell anyone. So for Halloween, we on Halloween night, we are going to a hot air balloon glow. And what that is they're going to have 12 hot air balloons, which takes up space. So you're going to have 12 hot air balloons inflate, and then they're going to be tethered down. But they use the gas and ignite it. And it's going to be glow. And so they're going to pull the cord to ignite the flame, right? And they do it in sequence and they do different things with it. But it's just really cool looking at night to see the whole hot air balloon almost lit up from the inside. So we're going to be doing that. And we did go to see, we have asked if some of the off-road group wants to go do that. So that's going to be, I think, a fun thing. It will be fun. The other thing it looked like the event was going to have is RC, so remote controlled hot air balloons. It may become my newest hobby. I want to see these things. Like have a remote controlled little hot air balloon go everywhere. I want one. Right. All right. If check for end alarm 2 is equal to 1 second or 60 frames. So we have that set. So now we're probably we still need to make our alarm 2.
Now let's go into the events.
And that's what we're
add that
doing
alarm
now.
to event. Here we are simply gonna switch back.
Okay. So alarm 2. And here
back to the original room, just like we did in the run object. This will send us back into the original game room where we can do something.
There we are. What does everybody have? Like, do you have plans for Halloween? Do you do anything for it? Do you get a lot of trick or treaters where you are? You would think we would, but we don't. Like last year, we didn't really, and we're not even going to be here this time for it because we're not going to waste our time. Exactly, Arwen. So battle switcher, then original room. Or original room. There we are. You will give out candy, usually decorate outside, but you're not sure if that's going to happen. Kid doesn't trick or treat anymore. Yes, it gets hard when they, it's not a reason for it. But I still normally, I like Halloween decorations. Probably way more than Jeepin. Yeah, her theory is you have candy there. That's probably accurate. I can see that. I would totally decorate for Halloween in here just for me. Like, I would do it. I did put, I have some stuff up here. Like, I have a little guy that I painted up here. This is my favorite one. Like, I painted this guy. Right. So I have this. I have my Spawn character. I have a little thing here. I got Beetlejuice and some other stuff up. That's about it. Yeah, and the only other decorations that are out there are the ones in the kitchen that we set up for Jeepin's cooking stream on Mondays. So a couple cauldrons, little cauldron with a skeleton in there holding a bottle of poison, that stuff. Yeah, I still have another whole box of decorations that are out, but I didn't put any out this year, so we cut back on it. And then we'll have a little bit up for some fall stuff again for November, because Thanksgiving is really big for Jeevan, so we'll have some stuff for that. And then it'll be time for that time of year, right? So the Christmas ones. And that's always a lot of decorating. Right, Arwen? All right.
Based on the health of the player or the enemy. So for the player, let's go into OBJ player. Let's open the step event. Here, let's do a simple check to see if the health is at or below 0. And if it is, we're gonna restart the game.
Okay, so we're going to be going back to our player. This was in the step event, right below this. So we have if HP is less than or equals 0, we're doing a game restart. There. I think it'd be different for decorating if we knew we had a lot of trick-or-treaters. The townhouse, the complex that we're in has a bunch of kids, but nobody comes here. They go somewhere else and do all their trick-or-treating. So we didn't bother. And I'm like, well, if nobody's coming here, I'm not going to decorate the outside. Grog, you got 5 years of unclaimed Guild Wars birthday presents. That is a lot. I think it's been a while since you played. All right. So we have if HP is less than 0, we're going to restart the game on the player. We're probably going to do this like the same thing with the
For the enemy, let's go into
enemy.
obj enemy parent. Let's open the step event. Here we'll do a similar check to see if the health is at or below 0, and in that case, we'll destroy the enemy instance. That's it for that.
Okay. So we are, if we have HP is less than or equals to 0, then we're doing instance destroy. Perfect. Now I put that in the parent enemy. I may need to specify which gets destroyed, because right now it will destroy it will probably destroy all the parent, like all the enemies. It's not a big deal right now because there's only one enemy at a time. But let's say I do a turn-based attack with 2 or 3 enemies. So that will need to be updated as we progress and create new scenarios, right?
So run the game.
Okay, let's run the game. Come here, skeleton. Okay, you're still choosing the wrong one. We still have to fix that. But we can do light attacks. Attack is damage. After that, the skeleton turns and does its attack. Right? So attacks are being done. The health bars are representing the attack. Go there. Go there. And if I take damage, or if it takes damage, it should disappear. And it did. Enemy's gone. We are now back to where we were, and the enemy is gone. Perfect. That is working out well. So what's left? We have the heavy attack, and I think that's it, right?
Go into battle, fight the enemy, and lower its health. When you've defeated it, you'll come back to the room, and the enemy will have disappeared. So with this, our turn-based battles are entirely functional. You can now go and fight other enemies and defeat them, or be defeated yourself. What's remaining are the bells and whistles, like animating the player and the enemy, and adding the heavy attack. So let's work on the animation first.
Cool.
The animations are gonna be pretty simple. The player will move forward and come back, and the enemy will also move a little and come back. Let's go into OBJ Battle Manager and open the create event. We're gonna edit the player attack function, which runs when the player wants to attack. Here we are simply gonna set an alarm in the player's battle instance. This alarm 0 will trigger the player's animation.
Okay, so this is in the battle manager, player to attack. So when it's the player's turn, player alarm. 0 equals 10. It's being very specific on frames, so we're going to keep it on frames for certain things versus switching it over to like actually saying like 1 second, that kind of stuff.
For the enemy, let's go into alarm 0. In the condition where we set alarm 1 so the enemy can attack, we'll trigger the enemy's animation. This is setting an alarm in the enemy's battle instance. Let's work on the player's.
All right. Battle enemy dot alarm 0 equals 30.
Animation. For that, let's go into obj battle player. Let's go and add the alarm 0 events for the animation.
All right, so we have battle player, and we needed to add alarm 0.
This alarm will run every frame until the animation is finished. Here we're gonna increase the X position by 2 so it moves to the right. Then we check if it has moved 20 pixels to the right of its starting position, and in that case we set alarm 1 so it can move back. Otherwise we call alarm 0 again so it runs in the next frame.
Okay. What we're doing is making it so that we're doing the attack part. So when the player attacks, it moves a little bit and then comes back to its starting position. Plus 20. Oops. There. And this is an else. Alarm 0. 2 equals 1. All right.
Let's add alarm 1 to move the player back to its original position. Here we're gonna reduce the X so it moves left. If the X is still greater than X start, meaning it's still to the right of where it started, we'll call alarm 1 again so it runs again in the next frame. Otherwise it won't be called and the animation will stop.
Okay. And then if X is greater than X start. What's up, R1? What? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if anybody else can hear R1. Yeah. She's over there making like going quack quack and making little noises. I swear so much when I play video games that Arwen now swears. And the one I probably say the most is I probably say like damn it the most. So Arwen repeats and likes to say damn it now. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Just like that. It's what happens when you have a parrot. They will mimic and copy you. And she says it in a lower tone, like, so it's in my voice compared to Jeepin's. So she's like, damn it. She hasn't picked up on it, and she might be saying some of the other stuff. She might, but I can't understand it because she says a whole bunch of stuff. You can't understand it. She does. She will, when she's complaining about me to Jeepin, she says things in a low voice to represent that I did something versus when Jeepin does something. And it's super funny. Like Jeepin comes home and she's like, Arwen goes off in a deeper tone, telling her about everything I did. Like if I messed with a cage or doing all this, she's like, I'm telling on you. Yes. And then she'll be in a higher tone if she's trying to tell me about stuff that Jeepin did. She's a little tattletale. She is. Right, Arwen? Yes. But it's funny because she will go off on that. And she will just be like, run. And you're like, she's, tattling on me. You're like, he touched my cage. He did this and this. Yes. She's not out of the cage much. We take her upstairs. We have her in a different room when we take her out. Like I'll take her from this cage. We have a cage upstairs too. So I'll take her from this one, carry her upstairs. But she's not out like flying around. But she does like to bounce around inside her cage. She's active, like super active. She's a little Quaker parrot. She doesn't bounce like the Kaiques. She can fly, yes. She can fly, not clipped. But even if she was clipped, it's she would not be out. It's a pet versus pet scenario. Somebody doesn't like birds. So we avoid having her out as like when we're not playing with her up in another room that's separate. So the ones that like hop, that bounce all the time or play up on their backside, there's the black-headed Kaique, but it's the Kaique series. Arwen does feed Sophie. So Arwen drops seeds and everything else outside her cage for Sophie to get. Did you think you get something now? You have to wait. Yeah, she drops stuff out there for Sophie to get because Sophie walks around the cage and just eats everything. She does. She has channel points. There we go. Thanks. She appreciates it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and continue following this. We've now made our different alarms. I mean, she's right there. Yes, she's right here. Oops. I clicked all the way back at the beginning. Let's see where we were. I wasn't paying attention.
Event, which is where the player attacks. Here, I'm gonna increase the charge from the player's data struct.
Okay, not there yet. Okay, I think this is where we were. We were doing this, and that was inside player attack. So battle player. Let's just start it here because I think this is where we're at.
This alarm 0 will trigger the player's animation. For the enemy, let's go into alarm 0. In the condition where we set alarm 1 so the enemy can attack, we'll trigger the enemy's animation. This is setting an alarm in the enemy's battle instance. Let's work on the player's animation. For that, let's go into obj battle player. Let's go and add the alarm 0 events for the animation.
Okay, battle player.
Run every frame until the animation is finished.
This is where we are.
Increase the X position by 2 so it moves to the right. Then we check if it has moved 20 pixels to the right of its starting position, and in that case we set alarm 1 so it can move back. Otherwise we call alarm 0 again so it runs in the next frame. Let's add alarm 1 to move the player back to its original position. Here we're gonna reduce the x so it moves left. If the x is still greater than x start, meaning it's still to the right of where it started, we'll call alarm 1 again so it runs again in the next frame. Otherwise it won't be called and the animation will stop. So the animation here is set up, and now we want to do the exact same thing in the enemy but in the opposite direction. So let's open obj battle enemy and here add the alarm 0 event. Here we're gonna reduce the x by 2 so it moves to the left, and if it is 20 pixels to the left of x start, we'll set alarm 1 so it moves back. Otherwise we'll set alarm 0 again so it runs in the next frame.
Okay. So basically, like I said, it's just the opposite. So x minus or equal to 2, and then if x left in x start minus 20. All right, alarm 1, else alarm 0 is equal to 1. Then we're going to make our alarm 1 and
let's
start
add
the
alarm
spec
1
up.
now to move it back. Here we'll increase x by 2, and if it's still to the left of where it started, we'll set alarm 1 again. Otherwise the alarm won't be called and the animation will stop. So that was a lot of...
Okay. Stop that for a second. Start. Make our code. Do alarm 1 equals 1. All right. And
code for making this animation. Let's run the game now and see where we are. Go into the battle and fight, and you'll see the animations happening. It feels a lot better now because it's responsive.
okay. Let's start it and see if it actually works for me. We start in the regular room, right? Ignore the barkeep. We're gonna go interact with this, our enemy. It now takes us into a battle scenario room where we have turn-based attacking. Player, we're gonna do light attacks, and you see the move, and they're both moving and both attacking. Right? Kill the enemy, and you are transported back to where you were in the previous room. Overall, that's pretty cool. All right. Let's stop this. The last thing I think we're going to set up, there is Jeepin. She's back. She went and flipped a table at some people, and now she's back to relax. All right, so we're going to run the rest of the video. What we still have left to do is we need to set up Starfish. Oh, you're lurking. Shh. Don't interrupt the lurk. We are going to be setting up the heavy attack and going from there. And that might be the end of this particular tutorial, which is setting up turn-based attacking for an RPG game.
And it's giving feedback to the player for pressing the buttons.
Heavy attack.
We are in the final chapter of the video now and will enable the heavy attack. Remember the charge variable we made in the player? As you do more attacks, it will increase every turn. And when it reaches 1, you'll be able to do a heavy attack that does double the damage. For that, we want to draw the charge bar first. So let's go into the OBJ Battle Player object. In the draw event,
Okay, let me close a couple things here. We're going into battle player, down to the draw.
at the end, we're gonna move the drawing position a little and then draw the charge bar. I'll move the Y by the height of the health bar and set the new height to 4 pixels. Then I'll draw the base for the charge bar, which is the same call we did for the health bar. And then I'll draw the colored part on top with the actual charge. So here everything will be the same, but for the width, I'll multiply it with the charge from the data struct. And then for the color, I'll set it to aqua.
Okay. So we're going to copy this because we're going to put it down here. But we are now setting our Y plus equals our height. And we're saying our height is now equal to 4. So we have box 1. We're doing this thing. We're not going to say green anymore. It's now aqua. All right. What am I missing? You're here listening. Excellent. G-Bin, you decided, this was Starfish, decided to come up with a couple ideas to make your day better. Wear a cape. Yes. Pick up some armor. Yes. That's what we need. We need to set up for G-Bin at her work. We need to set up little like armor pickup spots, special treasure chests, things that she can find. Wear cape, pick up armor, dress up at work. Halloween, no one will question it. Order bags of rice and tell people to put their computers in it. Yeah. Surprisingly, it's pretty close. See, interrupt that. Arwen was just feeding Sophie, so dropping seeds out of the cage for her. And if people want their stuff fixed, demand trick or treat first. That's it. If they come up to where her office is and they want something fixed, they need to bring candy. You can wear your Hogwarts costume. Yes, you could. Side quests at work. That's how you make the day interesting. I think that should be good. Put a trick or treat bag, like sign up on your office door. I think that'd be great. All right, let's start this.
Now in the game, the charge will appear, but it will be empty. So we want it to increase every time the player attacks. For that, let's go into OBJ Battle Manager and open the Alarm 0 event, which is where the player attacks. Here I'm gonna increase the charge from the player's data struct by 0.4. It's up to you how much you want it to charge every turn. I've chosen to go with.
Okay, so we're gonna charge up the I guess it's almost like energy for using a heavy attack, right? Charge plus minus. We're doing 0.4. That's fine.
40%. Then to make sure it doesn't go above 1, I'll add that as a condition and reset the variable.
Whoops. Not that. If OBJ battle player dot data dot charge is greater than 1, we want object battle player data, and it's going to be charged and some other stuff. You love fun side quests, and it should give prizes like mounts or special items you could use at work, like a Segway mount to be able to get around work. That would be awesome.
Equal to 1 if it is above that number. Now we want to allow the player to do a heavy attack
Charge
if this is at
equal
1. So let's go into obj action heavy, and for the create event from the parent.
Okay, so we're going to go object action heavy. We're going to set this to override.
And let's override it as before.
Yeah. And we're going to write action equals function, let R1. I wish that would be fun. Like it work for people to get around in like little scooters. It would be like working at what was some of the companies that had that stuff? Pixar. They had stuff. Blizzard has some stuff. Disney and some of the other fun ones. Okay. Let's
make the action
start
function,
this again.
and in the function, let's add a condition to make sure that the charge of the player is at or above 1. Only then we can.
All right. And thank you for the follow. Okay, so we're setting up the rest of this heavy one. So we're doing a if object battle player dot data dot charge is greater than 1. Should be good. Right? I know R1. There. Like I said, we're following this tutorial. It's one of GameMaker's tutorials on turn-based attacking for RPG games. And what we're doing right now is we're near the end of it. We have everything else working. We're just setting up the secondary attack, which is a heavy attack that builds up a charge while you do your normal attacks. And while I'm doing this, chat is talking about things you should do at work to enlighten your day. Ride segways, side quests, all the fun stuff, right? Not safe. That's why you wear armor. Exactly. See, it'd be fine.
Do a heavy attack, and in that case, we'll first reset the charge to 0 because you've just done a heavy attack and now the bar is depleted. Then let's call the player attack function. We'll use the same damage from the player's data struct as before, but this time we'll multiply it by 2 because this is the heavy attack and it should do.
Okay. So where are we? We're doing object battle player dot data dot charge equals 0. Or, right, 1. This is also inside here. Object battle manager dot player score attack object battle player data damage times 2. Okay. What are we? Yeah. Not the outside death. You should come to New Mexico. It's not as cold where we are at. Yes. Okay. So compared to most, we are up high and we do get cold, but not super cold. It on like last year, I think the coldest it got was 7, but it's normally does not drop below 15 most of the time. It gets, and it's nice during the summer, right? Like spiders, no, we don't really have a lot of spiders here at all. We have super tiny little spiders. Tiny little spiders. Tarantula? No, we don't have tarantulas. No. Surprisingly, there's actually not a whole lot of bugs most of the time. Starfish, tiny. Little tiny little ones. We don't have big spiders here. Does it come with treats? Yes, there would be treats. We would get you treats. We're okay with that. And just think of all the fun you could have with like crazy stream stuff if you're here. See? What do starfish eat? Yeah, what do starfishes eat for treats? Chat wants to know. Oh, starfish.
Double the damage. Now let's go into the step event and override this as well. We are doing this so we can make the button transparent if the charge is below 1 to tell the player that you can't click it. So let's add a condition to check if it's either the enemy's turn or the charge is below 1. In either case, we'll set the image alpha to 0.2. Otherwise, the alpha will be 1.
Okay. I feel like... All right. So if obj battle manager dot enemy turn or obj battle player dot data charge greater than 1. Oh, let's see. You only fight them in video games. Yeah, we don't have no tarantulas. Non-bag tarantula things. Just normal ones. Pretzels. I like pretzels. We could buy it. We could have all the pretzels you want. And we're doing image alpha equals 0.2. And then we're going to say else. And here we're doing image alpha equals 1.
So run the game and go into battle. The heavy button will be transparent and...
Perfect. Okay. So let's go ahead and start it and see if what we're following has worked. I'm not even keeping up. I don't know who want. Why do you want to eat broccoli? Arwen likes broccoli. Not the Jeepin. All right. Somewhere I have a mistake because it started immediately filled up. We have it opposite because it looks like it's going down instead. Okay. You want to go for coffee? We have lots of coffee. All right, let's restart this one because we made a mistake somewhere.
Now in the game, the charge will appear, but it will be empty. So we want it to increase every time the player attacks. For that, let's go into OBJ Battle Manager and
Battle
open
Manager.
the Alarm 0 event, which is where the player attacks. Here I'm gonna increase the charge from the player's data struct by 0.4.
Plus
It's up to
equals
you how much you want
0.4.
it to charge every turn. I've chosen to go with 40%. Then to make sure it doesn't go above 1, I'll add that as a condition
1.
and reset the variable to 1 if it is above that number. Now we want to allow the player to do a heavy attack if this is at 1. So let's go into obj action heavy, and for the create event from the parent, let's override it as before. Let's make the action function, and in the function let's add a condition to make sure that the charge of the player is at or above 1. Only then we can do a heavy attack, and in that case we'll first reset the charge to 0 because you've just done a heavy attack and now the bar is depleted. Then let's call the player attack function. We'll use the same damage from the player's data struct as before, but this time we'll multiply it by 2 because this is the heavy attack and it should do double the damage. Now let's go into the step event and override this as well. We are doing this so we can make the button transparent if the charge is below 1 to tell the player that you can't click it. So let's add a condition to check if it's either the enemy's turn or the charge is below 1. In either case, we'll set the image alpha to 0.2, otherwise the alpha will be 1. So run the game and go into battle.
All right. We need to fix this because somewhere, all right, so charge is 0. So we're going to go back a little bit more because somewhere we have it messed up.
The draw event at the end, we're gonna move the drawing position a little and then draw the charge bar. I'll move the Y by the height of the health bar and set the new height to 4 pixels. Then I'll draw the base for the charge bar, which is the same call we did for the health bar. And then I'll draw the colored part on top with the actual charge. So here everything will be the same, but for the width, I'll multiply it with the charge from the data struct. And then for the color, I'll set it to aqua.
Okay. This is probably why. So I messed up here. This needs to be times data charge. Dot charge. Here, everything else looks okay. All right.
Now in the game, the charge will appear, but it will be empty.
Also, I see the notification. Ads are going to be starting in about 2 minutes. And I'm not sure yet. I may take a quick break. Let's see. All right. So encounter an enemy. We teleport to another room. This is the battle scenario room. We are here. Enemies there. We both have our health bars and the other bar is showing below it. Right. And I hear a dungeon. I appreciate someone running that. Who did that? Homeless. I will join in that. So now when we do an attack, the health or the energy bar is moving up. And we'll do it again. Good. And we'll do it one more time. Our energy bar is full. We're going to do a heavy attack. Uses up the whole bar, kills the enemy, and we're done. And we're back into our area, right? Okay. That completes that tutorial and just in time for the ad break. So I think I am going to take a quick be right back during this ad. We have about like 30 35 seconds or so. And excuse me for that fart. Homeless. Besides, I think Arwen needs some food. Right, Arwen? Arwen, look at all the toys that you took down overnight. I see you looking at it. Somehow, you can't see her, but somehow she got one of the toys down and it just has a hook up at the top, like a clasp. And she's playing with that now. Like she wants that taken off. All right. Ads are about to go off. So I'm going to take a quick be right back. Hang out. Try not to stink up the chat room a little, homeless. Okay. While I'm gone, because the fan will be off. So I will see everybody shortly. Hang tight, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Arwen did, in fact, need some food. Oh, I should have gave it to her while I was here. Because she makes all these like car alarm noises, and it's super funny. Huh, Soph? But she got her new food. She is always hungry, yes. Well, she knocks some of it out on the floor because she's feeding Sophie. And the rest of it she knocks over. But she did manage to get one of her toys down. So later this afternoon, I will need to try to get in there, grab the toy, and see if I can fix it. Find some other way to hook it up. All right. Let's see. Are we back yet? Yep. Ads are over, so we're back. We're good. Let's take a look now at everything we did. right? So we were following this tutorial from GameMaker about how to do turn-based attacks for RPG games. So what essentially we did was we had 2 rooms, and I don't have the rooms open. So let me open up those 2 rooms. There to there. All right. In here, we are making it so that if the player came into contact with the enemy, then you were teleported to here. And once you are here, then the battle starts. So currently, it only has 3 options. You have light attack, heavy attack, and runaway. And my runaway button is currently a bunch of like a little person. Starfish, you posted a couple of photos of what you used to do for Halloween in Discord. That is 100% cool. That's just stuff I would do. I will have to find it somewhere. I have like my Halloween photos of all the things that I did. I would do like makeup on, completely make my face up, but do like a zipper across my face and have it like opening, and it look like you're looking into like a skull or something else. I used to love doing that stuff. It was a lot of work, but it was fun. All right. I'm starting to get, all right. So it's nearing, it's near the end of, getting close to the end of fall. Winter is getting started. I've started growing my beard out, and it's starting to, it's at the like the first little itch phase. So now I just gotta make it past the initial itching. And I'm trying to shape it a little bit, because November, like I'm not going to shave or trim it at all, and then clean it up again after it. But I want the initial shape to be all set for it. Sophie has heard a delivery truck and is arguably grumbling at it. Sophie, why are we grumbling? We do not need to grumble. I can hear the truck. Yeah, I heard the truck. I know. Okay. So once you're in here, you can do the attacks, right? And you have light attack, heavy attack, and runaway. Light attack performs, the initial light attack. However, there's another, like you each have like health bars, right? And as you do your light attack, it fills up an energy bar essentially. And once it fills all the way up, you're able to use your heavy attack. Can't disappoint. Sophie treat. All right, let's give her one of these. There she is. Good girl. She loves her treats. Right? Once you fill up your energy bar, you're able to use your heavy attack. And once the enemy is defeated, you get returned back to the exact location you came from. And if you happen to die during this, then the game restarts. Currently. You would cuddle her like crazy. See, that's a benefit of living here, Starfish. You could cuddle the Sophie. Yeah. She's super fluffy. She's like 80 pounds of fluffiness. Yeah, she does throw a fit if you stop. Oh, when we're watching TV, she loves being like cuddled and pet, and then if you stop, she starts like flipping upside down and like, what's going on? Why are you stopping? Yeah. Pretzels and Sophie. Yeah, we got both. Okay. Question is, what type of pretzels do you like? Yeah. All right. So we're going to start the game again. We're going to walk through this whole process that we just did. Oh, yeah. All right. Not happening. Why? What's going on? The ones like that. Why am I starting up there? Down, up, left, right. Okay. So now we're in the attack phase, right? We're doing small attack. Hurts the enemy. The health bar has gone down now in the health for the enemy. In return, although he's facing the wrong, the little skeleton is facing the wrong way. It did in fact hurt the player. So we're going to do it again. See, they're both moving, both hurting each other. Our bottom energy bar is almost done. And now we can do our heavy attack. And there we go. Back we go. Okay. So let's try yes, no bugs in the pretzels. Bugs are fine to eat, just not with your pretzels. I do like a couple different types of pretzels. I love like the sourdough pretzels. The ones like the hard sourdough pretzels. The ones that you used to get in like the Snyder box, right? They're hard to find now in a box. They are. I know, Arwen. Hi. They're hard to find. Yeah. What? What? The bugs are my treats, and you really respect that. I appreciate that. Yeah. Those are saved for me. Yep. I need to come up with some new channel points and new treat stuff. I don't know where I put it, but I do have those Bean Boozled that I need to use. I need to come up with some other ones. So for anyone that wants on the Discord, you can do it under the streaming role. There is a channel called 8bits Eats What, and you can make suggestions on what I should eat on stream for channel points or bits or whatever, but what I should eat on stream. And if you need to want to join, there is the link. Feel free to join. It's got a couple of different things on there. It's got a gaming role. So if you're interested in gaming, feel free to join that. There is a couple of different servers that we run. You'll be able to see that stuff as well. Plus, the game development area. Of course, you got to have that, right? Because that's what I work on. All right. It's primarily GameMaker because that's what I work in. However, there are people that work in different ones. So if you have questions about something else, feel free to ask it anyways. And if I can't figure out the answer, hopefully somebody else can. And if not, we will find a. People are pretty good about where you can go to get the answer. All right. So let's turn on some music again. And I'm hoping this channel works. By that, I mean, I hope it actually is license free. DMCA will not flag it or Twitch will mute it. So we're going to see how it works. Should be pretty good. Okay, we need this guy to... What? We need it to face a certain way. So let's look at our battle enemy. Right now, we're just saying sprite this. Battle switcher enemy data. So if we go into battle switcher, which I don't have up. Let's close that. Close this. Let's find battle switcher. Doesn't really have much in it. Battle switcher dot enemy data. So this is under parent enemy here. Up at the top, we are not pulling it correctly. So how can we get it so that it faces the right direction? I think what we can just do is set our idle position, right? In here. So instead of saying all this, we should just say let's see if it works before I get rid of it. Sprite idle left. Parent enemy dot sprite idle left, right? Parent enemy sprite idle left. So let's go ahead and start it and see if that in fact works. What are y'all talking about in here? We have, there are no bugs for trying. Okay, yeah. Ketchup chips and coffee crisp. Interesting. Ketchup chips are good. I don't remember. I don't know if I've ever had this. Oh, there was, and I liked them. We had a bag of like pickle chips. That was pretty good. All right, so now it's not working. Okay, so it does not see that. Parent enemies. Oh, enemies. And parent enemies. Let's try it again. I don't know if you're there, Jeeben, but I don't know if you liked the pickle chips or not. Okay. Contact still doesn't like it. So What if it just sprite index? No. What if it just said sprite? And why are we doing all this? Like, why? What if I just said this? And this needs to be parent enemies dot sprite idle left. Dill pickle chips are your favorite? Yeah. And these were like potato chips, but with like pickle flavored seasoning on them. And I really liked them, but like I said, I don't know if she did or not. I mean, I pretty much eat like anything except no beets. I do not like beets. Okay. We have sprite idle left. Doesn't recognize it. Unable to find the instance of. Okay, no problem. So parent enemies. Battle enemies. It's when you're in the battle room, there is no parent enemy. So this won't work. On here, like if I do that and we'll leave those there, but we just say sprite index equals this one. Let's see if that works. Does not work. Still does not like. Oh, wait. Now what? So now dot data HP dot data. Oh, all right. It's because I need this. Okay. Let's try it again. It's just, he's not there. How do I get this? Because I want it to be whatever enemy you run into, it needs to be on its left. So now we have a problem with this. Because this, you know, we're not telling it what it needs to be. I think it's part of the problem. Like, we want it to say none because I want it to pick up whatever enemy it is. However, Battle Switcher is not going to know what my enemy is, right? So I can see that being like a limitation to it, and we need to fix that. And everyone heard that one, homeless. Everybody. All right. Battle dot enemy data. Where is this coming from? Enemy parent enemies is where we're pulling that from. Why? Parent enemies. Problem is, we can't say sprite index equals sprite idle right or left because it doesn't understand it, because parent enemy is not in the room. So and if we go to battle enemy, sprite walk up equals, we would have to specifically pick what type of enemy it is, right? Okay. One of the other things we're going to want to do is we want this to be able to have different features, like different enemies that we can have. So data.hp equals is equal to this. Data charge, player attack, check for end. We parent enemy. Here's damage. These are my states. I don't think we need this one right now. We're going to turn off the battle one. Yeah, see, we have this stuff. And I was using all these. Parent action. Battle data equals battle switcher player data. This is the battle one for the player. This one's the battle one for the enemy. What if we switch this and did turn that off for a minute? See, as soon as I do that, it doesn't recognize this anymore. If we did something like this, let's try it. I think I'm gonna get in there. The dill pickle chips are weird. You ate some and then never wanted them again. Yeah, I noticed. I mean, the nice part is that, like, if she doesn't like something, like, I'll eat it. Unless it's beets. I don't want beets. Okay, I think we got it back again. Attack. There. Attack. Attack. Strong attack. There. Perfect. Yeah, so you also eat cheeseless cheeseburgers. It's called a hamburger. Cheeseless cheeseburgers. Yeah. Imagine going somewhere and be like, I want a cheeseless cheeseburger. And they're going to just stare at you. They're going to be like, what? I'd be like, you heard me. Cheeseless cheeseburger. All right, this is bothering me here. So we got the attacking stuff down. We have it so that it moves between different things. We're going to try to fix this font. Right now, if you go to here, NPC draw, we're using Scribble. Scribble Oi, this is what we're saying. These are the attributes of the Scribble. Starting format, font, chat, bubble, black. This is where we're trying to draw it. I feel like our chat bubble font is not great. And it might need to be just a little bigger. If we make it a size 8, let's see what it looks like. The font is an overlay on top of the bubble. So why do these... All right, let's look at player chat bubble for a minute. Draw self. Oh, wait, not player. We want the NPC one. Parent for NPCs. Let's bring it back here. Okay. These are on separate lines. I don't understand. Oh, I understand. Yes. We need this. These are on the exact same spot. That's probably part of the blurriness. So where it is on X is fine, but we want this now to be about 0. Just like that. On the NPC one, we need it to be over a little bit. Let's go over 5. Draw X. 5. Does the font have its own box, or is the chat bubble the box? Well, the chat bubble is drawn below the font. So there's two layers there, right? You have the bubble, which is separate than the actual font. And then you have the font that you're telling it the size. This is a size 8 font. We can try a 7. And see what that looks like. 6 is too jumbled. It's hard to read on a 6. Okay, 7 still is kind of there. Let's just move it over a little bit more, and I think we're okay. At 7, you have a little trouble trying to read the A and the S's. Starfish. 6, 7. Yeah. Oh no, it started. It started. That's it. Panooch. Blame it on Panooch. Yeah. We know it's you. All right, so we're at negative 38. X is negative 30 here. I think we need to go 38 as well, and this should be 38. Okay. There. All right. How's that look? Except for the skeleton. Get out of the way, skeleton. How's your stuff look? Boy, I have you now. Hello, adventure. Why are you taking apart your fan? All right, who wants to see the graphic visual? Oh, it's 30. Gotcha. Of like the scenery asset of what this is going to look like. Yeah. So what I am thinking about is it's going to be this, right? We'll just let this dude wander around. We're going to come up here. Like this is going to be like a road. And that's how it's going to look. Right? All this will be blocked, so you're not going to be able to walk on top of stuff. But I think this is the direction I'm going with how the game is going to look. It takes a long time to get all this stuff like looking right. Yep. And so that's the exterior of the building, right? And when you make contact with the door, you'll go inside the building, and then the inside of the building looks like this. And it'll be like this in the game. So I think this is where I'm at with how things are going to look as far as like my graphics for it, right? I got to fix, you know, this is testing. So like the depth layers aren't working, but come through here Yeah. And that's it. I think that's how this game is going to look. And I like it. I think it'll work. For a 3-month game, I think this is fine. I'm pretty sure by the end of this that I'm really going to enjoy this RPG one, and I want to make it into a bigger game, which will be for next year. But in the meantime, we're doing this as a 3-month project that has to, for me, a 3-month MVP project, which is like a minimum viable product, right? So we needed to have a official start, so there'll be a menu to it. You'll be able to go through a game loop, be able to pick up quests, go defeat the enemies, come back, complete the quest, and that'll be the end of the game for it, like a game loop. And I think 3 months is a good time for that. I am planning to put random NPCs in the game. And I think it would be fun to come up with some way for chat to be a NPC in the game. Like your name will be one of those NPCs. And okay, dog, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm sort of showcasing what I think the graphics are going to be for this 3-month MVP project, right? I think this is where I'm going with it. For internal on the houses and stinkiness, man. My fan's broken in, everything. This room's getting stinky. But internal and external looks. So internal is going to look like this, right? And then external is going to look like that. It's going to take a while to make all the stuff, but I think it's very doable still for this project. Especially like the grass, like these are all like how I do it. I have to make it like it's one tile at a time to put this thing together, but that's okay. I enjoy the building part too, so. So what day are we on? Saturday. How's your day going? The Stone Mountain reminds you of StarCraft or something. Yeah, it's got a similar look of stuff. It's like just an RPG style, but when you're on the map maker, like the terrain maker for our StarCraft, yeah, there was definitely stuff like this, right? I remember it. It's got kind of those vibes to it. So. Yeah. And so far, like this is the different scenery stuff for this area. I plan to have a couple different buildings here. And like this is going to be the road, so the road will come through. You'll be able to go into another area, which will be like a deep forest or ancient forest look. And at the end of wherever it is, that's where you'll have the final encounter. Be able to complete that, come back, turn in your quest to the barkeep, and I think that will be the initial game loop of this game, right? Well, it's going to be room based as far as I guess I could do. Well, I'll probably make it room based. I guess it could be open world. Well, I mean, it's open world as far as like you get to walk around freely in these rooms. Yeah, this chunk is one room, right? And I can set the room however big I want, but like I don't know if I will have it all on one map. I guess it could, and then you just design it all together, right? And you don't have a loading time between the two rooms. I haven't thought about that. This is a 3-month long, what I call, it's kind of like a learning project, right? So it's a 3-month long MVP, minimum viable product. I want menus. I want the game. I want a loop to it. So you get a quest, you go out, you complete the objective, you come back, you turn the quest in, and you get a reward. And that is kind of how this one is going to work. Once I create that, we should be able to make maybe a couple different quests to it, a couple different options, places you can go and explore. So you're not just going out to do a quest, right? You can go do other things. And I think that'll be a good 3-month project. We're very early into this. This is only day 4, stream 4 of the project. So I started last weekend, and this will take me through the end of the year, and we should be good. My last couple of projects have all been these like short 3-month long ones. The tower defense game I did right before this was 3 months. The Avatar program, where I learned Twitch integration with an application and that has channel points and stuff, and the guys you see running around the bottom of the screen are all part of that application. What do you... Okay. I said okay. What do you think if this was a bigger room and it's all on one, and it would just be a free roaming aspect, right? Like you're on a quest, but you don't have to necessarily go straight there. You could just roam around and find things, or go into like a section that is a different type of forest or whatever. The only thing that will be a separate room is when the battle starts. So when you interact with an enemy, let's see which one we have starting. Scenery. Here. Let's put this guy back up here. Okay. If we... Interiors. Both. You're right. Interiors are going to be separate. Because of... It will take you to another area. And I think it should just be probably maybe another room. Or if the room is big enough, you could have the interiors there. You just have to, you teleport to that section of it. You could do that as well. But right now, the battles, the way they're working is this. So you're in here. Okay, ignore the barkeep, right? You find an enemy, you go up, interact. It takes you to a battle room for the turn-based attacking. So you, the enemy, you hit. Right now I have 3 buttons. So it's light attack, heavy attack, and run away. When you attack with the light attack, it will start a energy bar that will go up, and when it's totally full, then you can use another type of attack, like a heavy attack, right? I have it so I attack, health bar goes down, then it immediately turns around and the enemy attacks, hurts me. But now my energy bar is all the way up. I can hit this, kills the enemy, and takes me exactly back where I was. And hello, adventure. Yes, hi, barkeep. So that's where I'm at with it right now. Last X, last Y, last room. Yeah, when you go back out. Yeah. Yeah, I could. I mean, feasibly, it could. What is your thought process of maintaining it all in one room versus making the different rooms? I don't know if I have a plan. I sort of have a plan. But like making different rooms or making it all one room that's not part of the plan. I was just coming up with that as I went. So what is your pros and cons for having everything in one giant loadable room? For a 3-month, it could all potentially be in one room. But what is, like I said, the pros and cons sort of this, right? So if you're here, you have a giant town. Each town has, I don't know, if the town has 6 buildings, I would have to find some place around to do 6 internal building structures that are far enough apart from each other, you're not going to be able to see it if you're in it. Like if you're in one, you're not going to be able to see the internal of the other. But back to my question. So what is your thought on the pros and cons of having it all on one room versus having different rooms for different areas? Yeah. Hey, Calvar. Welcome back. One room versus many rooms would depend on if there are loading times or player device memory considerations. Yeah. Okay, so Pro, it's easier to get around. You don't have loading times between them. Now, I did loading rooms for Pixel Warrior, the dungeon crawler that I did, and it's pretty quick in between the different rooms. And like this is quick, so if I start this, interact with the enemy, I'm almost instantly taken to where the attack stuff is anyways, like that. All right, hold on. OBS did not pick it up in time. Let me start the game. Let's give it a moment. We'll let OBS see it. All right. So once I'm here, I go and interact with the skeleton. I'm almost immediately taken into the next room. having it all in one room wouldn't be heavy in this case. The pro is that you can draw out the entire map. True. And have it clear how it's going to look from the bird eye's perspective. Yeah, the room is loaded anyways, right. So I get drawing it out. I can see the whole thing, right? Crota, welcome in. How are you doing? I hope your day's going well. And your weekend so far. We're currently discussing drawing a room all in one room, like sort of like this, right? But a giant room where you have everything on the same level, like same thing. So you have all this, and having it all as one giant room or separated into tiny rooms, like tiny areas. So this would be like a town, that kind of stuff. You're just passing by. You got tons of studying to do. Project's going well. Today's day 4 of the RPG project. Today, I set up the attacking, like the interaction with a enemy and switching into another battle room to be able to do the turn-based attacks. You base it on chunk loading or distance from the player. I would have to learn it, which isn't a bad thing. I've never done chunk loading with this. The first building seems crazy. This one? Cozy. Oh, I thought you said crazy. I was like, what's wrong with it? Yeah. And I think this is the, like, I'm using an asset bundle that I, bought from someone so I could be able to use it. But I think this looks nice. It takes a little bit to build, but I like it. The little tree in the back. Yeah. And like I said, if you are in here, this is what it's going to look like when you load in. Well, ignore the green area still, but the road will look like this. And, this is how it'll be here. Right. And maybe the internal rooms could be separate, or another sheet, like another room that has all the internal stuff in it. So you're going back and forth between them. You think something like this is one room is sufficient? Okay. So the idea then is that I will expand this room. We'll make it like that big. And have the town, some other stuff to do, and the forest over here. And you can go up and around and all on the same map. And then I think we'll have a battle room separate, but the internal will be another room, but it'll be all the internals on the same map, like same ones. Starfish, you got to head out. I appreciate you hanging out for a little while. I hope the rest of your day goes well, and I heard you're not feeling very good, so I hope you do get some extra rest and feel better. All right, so we'll do that, right? A hybrid of what we're talking about. We'll make it so the internal are all in one area, right? And then when you leave it, you'll teleport outside the building of where you are in the big map. Kind of like, I don't know, Overworld in Verse, right? This is the tavern / contract. One of them will be, yeah. This is just me messing with the what it looks like. This is not the tavern. But it's like an idea of what I'm thinking of. Like making different rooms. Yeah, because I think this will be good. I think it'll be good. Yeah, it's a good start. I was not paying attention. Ads have started. So yeah, we got all that stuff going, right? All right. You got turbos? Excellent. Fight the ads. The battle room could also be many different arenas, distance, so you could use something like target X. Yeah, you could target them where you want them inside the room. Right now, I just have it switching you to that room. So, all right, let's increase our things here. Corona going to go learn some stuff too. Excellent. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. I hope the rest of your weekend goes well. Hopefully you don't have to study the whole time. Right, Sophie? Yeah. All right, what do we have? We have about 1:40 left in ads. Let's do a chess puzzle real fast. See if we can get one in and on the ad break, huh? Okay, if you've never done chess puzzles, it gives you a scenario, and it's usually a couple moves to checkmate. So on this one, the bot is white. We are on black. So we need to come up with a checkmate. Okay, I see 2 moves, and I should be able to finish this. I'm thinking we move the queen from G4 all the way to D1 up here. Then the bot's going to move its queen in the way. So it's going to move it to E1. We're going to turn and take the queen, forcing a checkmate. I think that's how we're going to do this. So we're going to go ahead and move here. It's going to move the queen. We're going to take the queen, and it's checkmate because at this point, the king is unable to move. There is no other pieces that could take or block my attempt at a checkmate. And that is correct. All right. We're back to it. Okay, so I think we're going to go with that idea. We are going to make one big map. Right now, I have it set to like 1280. Sort of looks like 1280. 1280. It's 1280. So let's Yeah, I mean, I can always change it. It's not a problem. But I think that's a pretty good idea. I never thought about it. Right? And because it's not like you doing separate levels or any of that stuff, I think it's a good idea. We could do an open world all the way around the whole top. And then the buildings will also be a separate map, like a separate room you go to, but it'll have all the internal parts inside it. And I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. But I think that's it. I mean, I think it's a good idea. So, like I said, honestly, I never really thought about it. So, it's a good one. How big do we want this? If you're that size... Excellent. If you are this size, do we want it something like? Because I also I have to do them all tiles, and how big do I want this thing to be for 3 months? A 3,000 by 2,500, maybe. So if we made the room 3,000, 2,500. Something like that. I think would be good. It's not massive, right? Good start, I think so. Yeah, I know I had like maps that were bigger than that on my dungeon crawl game. Yeah, loads of stuff being put in. So I think that'll be a good one. And then let's go. Okay, so we're gonna name this room 2. You are not room 2. You are room. How about room world map? Right? So we have world map. And then the one we're calling scenery, we're going to fix this. This is also kind of small. We can make this same size. So we said 3,000 by 2,500. There. That will give us the room to put these all up here. Right? And then right now we have, and then the only other room we have is the battle one. So instead of this being room scenery, because it was a test room, we're just going to call it room interior rooms. All right. Calmar, a 350,000 by 350,000 open world with hundreds of quest monsters would put you in a par with a AAA game with competing. Yes? No. Yes. But 3 months. That's not even a challenge. We could do that. That'd be fine. And thank you for the dungeon. I appreciate that. Who did that? Homeless? I joined in it. Because I want your loot. That's all. I'm going to take your loot. Yes. So... now we have these 2 rooms, right? how can I... We have glass. Can I move these? I can't move them, right? So I would have to take this apart to move it. Right? Because there's not selectable tiles. Arwen's talking. Hi, Arwen. Hi, Arwen. For those that don't know, Arwen is a 4-year-old Quaker parrot who hangs out wherever we are. And she loves it when we stream, because both myself and Jeep and Annie stream. And she loves it because she thinks we're talking to her. She doesn't understand. Like, she's like, there's nobody else in here. You are talking to me, but you're facing the wrong way. Right. You got Stormtrooper boots. That's cool. So when you were doing a RuneScape private server, I bet that would have been fun, doing a RuneScape private server. The only private servers, I mean, I've done a couple, but I mean, like when I first started doing stuff, my first MMO was Ultima Online back in 97, and I played it, I don't know, for like 5-6 years. I had a private server of that. And that was so much fun because I could design everything and change things and edit how NPCs were. It was a lot of fun. But when you were doing RuneScape private servers, you were absolutely amazed over how they solved a lot of the stuff with multiplayer and having tens of thousands of NPCs. Yeah. A lot of it, I mean, like, would be. It's very different than, like, GameMaker. But seeing that stuff is pretty cool. Oh, I think it's Unity? No, it's Unreal. One of them, Bitcraft. Have you Bitcraft online, right? So bring this down. This is the tutorial we were looking at earlier today. But Bitcraft online, this game here is going to be let's go to the news page. What here? So Bitcraft online, right? It's a fun game, a little slow because it's a lot of standing around and doing stuff for your things, but they are, when they're finishing the game, they're going to fully release it, and then when they do, everything is going to be open source except for their proprietary, so no graphic, but you're going to have all the code they made their whole game with. And it talks about it, and they're going to open source it. You're going to be able to grab it, make it into your own game, do whatever you want. You'll just have to come up with your own graphics. And I can't remember if it was, I want to say I can't remember if it was Unity or Unreal that they made this in. I want to say, who knows, it might be Unity. But they're going to make it fully open source, and you can take it, make your own server, make your own game, whatever you want to do with it. And I think that's just really cool. Somewhere on the page it talks about which one it is, and I can't remember. So if you are interested in that, yeah, I don't know why, like, they're just choosing to do it. They're like, well, instead of keeping with it or whatever, they're going to finish the game, release it, which will be free at that point. And right now, if you want to play it, you buy early access to it, but it's just to help finish the game. And once it's finished and fully released, a little bit after it, they released everything as open source. You have all the code on all the rooms and how they made the servering and everything. You get it all. I just think it's a really cool idea. Anyways. So now we have a new direction on this. We're going to make bigger rooms. We're going to put internal in one, external in the other, and then the fighting room, right? Here, I can't move this stuff, can I? Is there a way to grab all the tiles that I placed and move them? I don't think so. So if we look that up, GameMaker moving tiles in a room. So GameMaker 2 Studio, how to, I know how to make moving tiles. It's probably the bad choice of words on it. So move tiles from one spot to another in a room. How about that? Maybe we can find some posts or anything about this. Grog, welcome in. Hope you've been doing well since you were here last. All right, going well. We finished the attack with it. So when you're in here and you interact with the enemy here, let me run it. Maybe make sure we're going to the right place. It turned out well, I think. Right, we go interact with our skeleton, click it, we're in our room. So this is our battle. Now we have our health bar for both myself and the enemy. I also have an energy bar, and when I use my light attack, this goes down, my player moves during the attack, but it loads, like the energy bar starts going up. So as I attack, my character moves. You can see the enemy, like the hit points going down on the enemy, and my energy bar is going up. In return, once my attack is done, the enemy attacks, and you can see my health bar going down. But now the energy bar is full, and the red button, which is heavy attack, is no longer transparent, and I can use it, and it will do a heavy attack, and immediately at that point for this one, kill the enemy, and I'm back in the room. Okay. Also, okay, dog there brought up the idea that for this, what if all the world map, the outside area, was all on one room? So we have the town, you would draw, I don't know, forest, and it's open world to go everywhere. Then all the internal parts, say inside the buildings, would be on another giant, like a big map. How do you feel the pros and cons are of that? Versus having all, like, the town being on one room, switching to a town to the town like being on one room or one room, teleporting between the two rooms and having the forest in another one. So there would be 3 rooms, right? One would be the overworld map, one where you interact with everybody that's on there, NPCs, that kind of stuff. You would have the interior of all the buildings in one, and the battle map. So the proposed idea is to do it this way. Does anybody really foresee a con, like a negative, to why? I don't know. Outside of you for designing, outside of me designing it, and I can see everything at once. And you don't have to have multiple rooms of multiple tile levels. Everything's all in one. So the other advantage is because you can drag your user entity to spawn near the thing you want to test, rather than having to change the code in the room to load. Or you could do that. But I mean, like, if you're wishing to switch when you do stuff, like, you can just move your room order around too. I think the game for a 3-month, I don't think it would be drastic. There are pros each way, and I think there might be. Yeah. But for a 3-month, I think it might be okay. Memory-wise, amount of what I need to do it all in one for the overworld map, and then one for all the internals, and the battle room would be separate. Yeah. I have done all. And maybe this is the best reason to do it, is for every other game that I have done, it's always been multiple rooms. I have not done one where the whole map is all on one giant room versus teleporting between the different areas. And because these are learning projects, maybe that's the best reason to do it, is I haven't done it yet. Yeah, instance deactivation, all that stuff, right? So I think it might be worthwhile. Yep. All right. So I think that's what we're going to do, right? We are going to make one giant room for overworld map, and one world for all the internal stuff, and then one world, or I'm calling them worlds, one map for the battle areas. Oh, here's something. Gronk, do you know, or okay, Dog, do you know this as well? Is there a way for me to select the tiles that I have placed and move it to another spot? Let's say I like this, but I don't want it right here. I want it up in the over here. Is there a way to grab that and move it? Select tiles? Oh, maybe that's it. No. Yes. Oh, I have to be on the one I want to move. It's on all the same layer, huh? Can I grab all three of these and say, I want this whole area? And now what? I selected them. Can I move them? Rotate tiles, auto tile, edit tile, hold shift and drag. Oh, whoops. Okay. And then upper right corner next to the asset browser. You have to select multiple layers. Select there. All right, well, how do you... Yeah, this button right here. Right, so we have that. Now... All right, so I want all this. Why can't I move? Just drag it? It's not letting me. Yeah, let me redo this. So... Okay. Let me... We're going to do... Shift. I want all that. Come on. Yeah, because they are multiple layers, though. I want this whole thing, and it's 3 different layers. I got lower, I got the walls, and the furniture. Can I move them all at once or no? I don't... maybe not. Maybe I can just do one at a time. That's why you don't do it often. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Whoops. All right, so we do that. We select. 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 All right. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. So on here, we'll just come back. So we have lower, furniture, Yeah, we're just gonna delete it all. And then we'll start over with it. It was just a test room anyways. Like that. And then we'll wall this one. Select it. Oh, we have upper. All right. There we go. It's all gone. You tested it and it works fine? Well, never said my stuff works. It just is like, eh. Which is fine because, like, it was just me testing it anyways. It's not how I was expecting one of the rooms to be. So, it's fine. So, we have grass. We can get rid of grass. And then do this. And we have our walls. Back to grass. There we are. They're all gone. So now we'll make a little room. Like up here. Right. So then we'll do this. And we'll just make... Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong ones. There we go. And we'll just make a couple things. All right. We'll move our player here, and we have our NPC up here, and our enemy. And we just need some walls. They can't go through. So I guess I should have done this, but that's okay. That works. Here, now I got my test one back up. You get your Steam page back up? Nice. All right, so I think we accomplished a decent amount of trying to get a turn-based attacking system down today. So that settles or starts the foundation of the actual encounters. And I think we're good with that. But I think because it's noon, I have some other stuff I need to get done today. That this is a good spot to call today's stream, and we'll pick up tomorrow. So at 7 a.m. Mountain Time, we'll start stream, go for a couple hours, and we'll work on some more of the attack and mechanics of the game. So I think that'll be good. Maybe later today, I'll have some time to work on some of the graphic stuff, but tomorrow we'll definitely tackle some more of the fine-tuning of the font with the chat bubbles and the way the mechanics are working. So let's find somebody to go raid out to. So let's see who's on today. Yeah, unfortunately, I have some other stuff I need to try to get done around here. And we'll do that. So I see somebody Bracken Music is streaming GM dev. Bracken Music. Okay, I do have them. I overlook them all the time because of music in their name. It's probably not a good thing, but I do. It's because like when I'm quickly looking, I'm looking at names and I see music and I'm like, okay, I just bypass it. Not intentionally meant to bypass it. That type of stuff, right? So let's go ahead and visit them and see what they're working on. And I hope everyone has a great day. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you, Grog, earlier for the help and understanding earlier. And we're good. I will see everybody tomorrow, 7 a.m. Mountain Time, for more game mechanic work on the RPG game. Thank you all. Let's go say hi to Bracken. And let me get that started. I almost forgot to start the raid. And we'll be good, right? So as soon as that's set and ready, I will talk to everyone later. Have a good one. Enjoy your day now. Bye.